Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Ninja Trader Live. My name is Jim Cagnina. I am Senior Market Strategist, and I am joined by our Senior Economist, Tracy Schuchart, aka Shy Girl. Good morning, Tracy. How are you?
All right, good morning, all.
And we also have Macro Strategist Extraordinaire, Craig Shapiro. Craig, good morning. How you doing, man?
All right, Jim. Good morning.
All right. Well, we have a lot of news overnight, Tracy. So let's just start off with that.
Right, so this morning we had a challenger job cuts this morning, which was a huge number. So U.S. companies announced the most job cuts for any October in more than 2 decades, as artificial intelligence reshapes industries and cost cutting accelerates. So, companies last month announced approximately just over 153,000 job cuts, nearly triple that number during that same month last year. It's the most since October 2003, when the advent of cell phones was similarly disruptive to the telecom industry as the AI is to the tech industry. So, kind of no matter how you slice it, the year-to-date job cuts have exceeded 1 million, which is the most since the pandemic. So we had a kind of gold up on that bond, slightly up on that on hopes of a rate cut, and chances of a December rate cut also went up a little bit on that. And sort of any data we get on the employment front whatsoever is going to be highly important and probably more impactful than normally it would be because of the lack of BLS data. Then we have this is the best story ever. OpenAI seeks government backing to boost AI investments. So they want federal loan guarantees, essentially, in case they default. And then it's the government's problem. And we've talked about this company before with their 1.2 trillion with a T spend and only 13 billion with a B in profits. So I think it's really interesting. They now want the federal government to basically backstop them in case they default. I don't know, you guys. It's getting a little out of control.
Could I get a backstop here in Charleston? I just would like a backstop.
Right. Then we have, we talk about this kind of this K-shaped economy. Greg, we've talked about this a lot on the show, and we're seeing executives from companies like Chipotle and Hilton and Ethan Allen, but all cited trends that kind of the richest 10% of households are fueling nearly half of total U.S. spending, thanks to the stock market surge that has boosted wealth and propelled economic output this year. However, meanwhile, the lower income families are pulling back in the face of tight budgets, still high living costs, and a raft of corporate layoffs. So our K-shaped economy is getting wonkier. Moving on, there was a big to-do kind of yesterday throughout the day, and on Twitter, the media was saying that Donald Trump is eyeing the prize of Venezuelan oil, and he's going to go in and he's going to kick Maduro out and seize the oil field, etc. But, this is was all hearsay and unsubstantiated and kind of rebuked today, as President Trump expressed reservations to top aides about launching military action to oust Venezuelan President Maduro, fearing the strikes might not compel the autocrat to step down, according to U.S. officials. And then we had Representative Jim Hines from Connecticut said the press is far more convinced that the United States is going to attack Venezuela in some way than the administration actually is. He said, I continue to be pretty bearish on the notion that we're going to get militarily involved in Latin America. So there is that. But then we have the U.S. is going to cut 10% of flights on the shutdown. that is going to start on Friday. So that'll be 10% on the top high volume markets across the country. So, Dallas, Atlanta, New York, etc. The changes start again this Friday, but it will only be for domestic flights. International flights are kind of spared from this cutting of flights. So if you are traveling after Friday, it might be a little messy. And finally, last but not least, just because I thought it was very interesting, in markets across the US, home builders are sitting on so much unsold inventory, and they are subsidizing mortgage rates so heavily, they're going to match the record lows last seen during the COVID-19 pandemic. So basically, they're saying if you want to pay $2,000 a month on a brand new 4-bedroom home and have a 2% rate, you can actually find that now, as crazy as that seems. The caveat being it has to be a new build and a builder that is literally sitting on too much inventory. So there you go. That is your news for this morning.
Wow, that is real quick, Shai. The Challenger job report that tracks actual like jobs that are eliminated at companies, not necessarily employees that are cut, or I have that backward.
Job cuts, total job cuts. So if they are not if you're fired, but if you are cutting personnel for whatever reason.
Yeah. Anyway, so this AI thing is not going away. I know we've been talking about it a lot, and even in the news this morning, there is Apple is talking with Google AI to power Hey Siri, how do I get to grandma's house? And it kind of reminds me, and Craig, it kind of reminds me of the late 1990s where there's browser wars, right? We had Netscape, we had Mosaic, we had Internet Explorer. Which one's going to win? Who's going to partner with what? It seems like there's a lot of similarities going on right now to see who the winner's going to be.
Yeah, I think there are a lot of similarities to this late 90s, early 2000s dynamic. And what you have now is you have a real competitor who's trying to, eat into the margins of search and eat into some of the super profits that, some of the Mag 7 companies have built, these moats that they've built. And OpenAI is that competitor. And they're, partnering with a variety of the companies. They're also, looking to now maybe partner with the government in some capacity. So, but look, the AI story is not going anywhere. But the narrative is shifting a bit from it being internally funded from free cash flow generation at these companies to increasingly being more debt financed. And so that has profound implications for credit markets, for the ability of non-AI borrowers to attract capital, right? If we're going to start lending money to data centers at high rates of return, well, what does that mean for commercial real estate? What does it mean for mortgages? What does it mean for small business lending, right? So we're going to see a little bit more of a crowding out impact on the non-AI parts of the economy, which I think is just going to exacerbate this divergence and dichotomy we've been talking about for such a long time here about this K-shaped economy where the AI related sectors are doing incredibly well and really everything else is flat to slowing. And so that dynamic is something the Fed is struggling with. I think the administration, I don't know if they're struggling with it, but we saw with the election results on Tuesday that the public is struggling with it, right? I mean, the focus of the administration on AI CapEx clearly didn't translate into polling success and election success on Tuesday with the elections in New York and Virginia and New Jersey and in California. So the administration has an issue here, and Trump talked about it a little bit yesterday. I think we'll hear more about it in the coming days with respect to opening the government, with respect to affordability, and will they have some plans to try to take a little bit from the stock market and give to the rest of the economy. I mean, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, midterms next year are going to be brutal. But how does AI really affect the consumer or us guys? I know, I literally like ask it to spell check stuff. Paulie's in the chat saying, I use it to shop now, which means he's kind of using it to replace his browser, right? He's using it to shop, looking for good deals, which is I haven't thought of that. It's a great idea, Paulie. I'm going to start doing that. But will there be a real impact on the end users like us guys?
Yeah, I mean, I use it in my daily life. I think everyone, increasingly will be using it to become more productive and to shop for deals or various other things. And certainly companies are going to be using it more for productivity enhancement and margin enhancement. And so, look, AI is replacing a lot of things that humans used to do in a lot of ways, particularly white collar workers. And so that's the dynamic I think you're seeing. And that's what the Challenger numbers this morning gave specific reference to. Some of these layoffs are being directly attributable to the future of AI and the ability of companies to get more with less employees. And so the question is the revenue model, right? Will the revenue model for these companies be robust enough in order to justify all the CapEx spending and all the growth? And then with respect to the consumer, I mean, the cost of build out is draining resources, right? It's draining power, it's draining water usage, it's bringing a rise to utility bills and higher inflation. And so from a societal impact, is this a good thing or a bad thing? I mean, clearly the country is moving in the direction where it believes this is a good thing, but more and more people are saying, exactly your question. How is this really good for me? What is the benefit to me versus the incremental cost that I feel like I have to pay for my higher utility bills?
Yeah. Yeah. Shai, what's your experience so far with it?
So yeah, I mean, I think that, I think the industry as a whole, you have several key big players. I think that it's kind of gone from sort of like this nonprofit ideological, I can't say that word, thing to now it's just sucking in sort of everything, and every company wants you to only subscribe to theirs. You can't like cross use it. You can't, you have to, so it's kind of just become this money machine, this sucking machine that's sucking everything up as far as resources and power, and everything hinges on it in the stock market. And so I think at some point, again, and I keep talking about this, investors are going to want to see some return on investment with all of this capital spend, right? And they're, at some point, something's going to break there as far as investor confidence in these companies.
Yeah. I put a piece out on this also. I put a piece out on this earlier this week just about AI. Before it, let's say, eats the labor market, it's going to eat the capital markets, right? It's basically, going to start starving the rest of the economy for money. You're trying to, OpenAI's got $1.2 trillion of commitments and, a couple $1 trillion of CapEx build out across the Mag 7. I mean, it's going to take a lot, and that's, in the course of the next few years. So, think about the companies that need capital, companies that refinance during COVID at low rates that are looking to come to the window to, refinance their 5 and 7 year paper in the next couple of years. Cost of capital is going to be rising for anything that is away from AI. And so, I don't know. The administration clearly has bought this narrative hook, line, and sinker, right? We know
we have to compete with China.
Yeah, and the headlines are daily. The CEOs are in and out of the White House, every other week, and the government has made it, has gone kind of all in here. The first pushback is, I think happened on Tuesday though. The public is not so happy with the dynamics here in play from the administration. And you saw that in some of these early elections. Now it looks like polling data for Democrats to take over the House of Representatives have spiked to the highs, spiked above 70% chance of Democrats taking over the House in 2026, right? So, Trump typically does a good job of pivoting when the polling data moves so aversely against him. We'll see. It's starting to move the wrong direction.
Yeah. So, Shai, we were talking about this earlier when we were our pre-show powwow about, when the government does open, we have all this data in October that a lot of it hasn't been collected. Will we just skip it in a lot of instances? There will be a data gap there, or will they go back and try to manufacture it?
Well, I think a lot of data will be just skipped. We just won't have it for that month because there's literally nobody there to collect the data, and they're not going to go back. A lot of these data, they're all surveys. So you can't really go back and like survey people from what happened in October, in December. People aren't, you know what I mean? Yeah. So I think we're gonna have holes in a lot of this data.
Yeah, when I'm thinking about this, and went to MBA school, and they taught us that the markets are efficient. The market efficiency theory, if you believe it, I don't know, but um, are we more efficient now without the data noise, or are we starving for data to become efficient again in all of our asset classes? I'll ask both of you guys. We could start with you, Craig.
Um, Look, I think the government data is, has its flaws. It's, but it's a baseline that many people use. But importantly, it's a baseline that the Fed uses, right? And so, with respect to setting monetary policy,
Oh, yeah.
the Fed's, is a bit flying blind here. But look, I think what we're learning is that the government's been shut down now for 5 weeks, and not many people have really missed that much of a beat. I mean, we'll see now in the coming days and weeks if the airports start to shut, and then there'll be more, there'll be more consumer annoyance by this. But with respect to the data collection, I think ADP's done a good job with the labor data. I think we can, and the private sector has its own data and invests accordingly. But to the extent that the lack of data is impacting the Fed's ability to really get a read on the economy and set monetary policy, then I think that is a little bit of a concern. But they'll just skip October data. We'll go right back to November data, and I think what we'll learn is that the pace of economic deterioration, particularly in the labor market, through September and October and into November is getting worse. I mean, you can see from these challenger numbers, and the ADP numbers are not all that robust, and that's private sector. We know the government sector is has been contracting. So I think there's some weakness that's being buried here that will come to light once the government reopens.
Yeah, Shai, what do you think about that?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think there's a lot that can be gleaned from sort of this alternative data, such
Hmm.
as ADP, such as job cuts. There are state level numbers that you can still get. So I think, it's just you have to piece it together. And I have problems with BLS anyway, altogether on their labor data, as anybody should question it when you have, a million revision. When we just had that revision in September, their yearly revision was, 900 and something thousand jobs that, didn't exist that they said existed. So I think there's a lot of flaws in their birth death model and how it's collected. And so honestly, I think there is better data out there. But of course, the Fed is dependent on the government data.
All right, I'm going to submit a petition to get rid of the BLS entirely. We don't need it. Shai said it's no good. We're going to dump it. Uh, let, let's pivot over to the Bitcoin for a second. The CME's micro Bitcoin now is at about 130,500 right now. We're kind of establishing a new consolidation range over the last couple of days. I don't know if it's going to continue or not, but really interesting commercial I saw on Bloomberg Surveillance this morning when I woke up. It was a commercial for a Visa card that instead of paying you points, pays you in crypto. And for a second there, I thought I wasn't listening to the commercial right, but that's what it was. I mean, Craig, is this phenomenon another step toward legitimizing or hit another tent post in to the crypto framework?
Yeah, this is something that's been going on for the last couple of years. There's a couple other companies that have done this before, but to see Visa do it and to see Mastercard really and the big banks sort of embracing Bitcoin technology a bit more. I mean, even Secretary Besson, I think last week, was talking up the benefits of Bitcoin, tweeted something out about Bitcoin. So clearly, this is it's in the narrative here, and I think what we know is that the government is looking at Bitcoin as a helpful solution for it with respect to stable coins and the dynamics that they're trying to incorporate there, and leading to more demand for treasury bills. And so this interplay between stable coins and Bitcoin and T-bills are something the government's focused on. But look, I think Bitcoin is here to stay. I mean, the question is, what's wrong with the price right now? I mean, we're in this kind of 6-month consolidation pattern. We're at the low end of the range here with liquidity coming out. The chart doesn't look particularly good despite all the buying from corporates, despite the buying from institutional investors. I saw there was some decent sized net redemptions from IBIT earlier this week. And so, when asset classes start to trade sideways and don't work, you start to see some, can get some of those outflows. And so I think this is a bit of a tell here on a deteriorating liquidity dynamic in play across crypto. I think usually has some foreboding implications for the rest of risk assets, but we'll see. This is typically also a pretty seasonally strong period for Bitcoin and for equities. I'm spooked by that dynamic, and the dollar rally is on back of that too. I think this morning a little bit of a check back, some of the weaker data from Challenger. Just a reminder that this is a two-speed economy, right? This is a two-speed economy, right? The AI part of the economy doing incredibly well, the rest of the economy not doing as well. And so, bonds are kind of, a bit stuck in that regard, and maybe the dollar, which is, has rallied over the course of the last several weeks, as we pointed out, a little bit of check back makes a little sense. There was some BOE news this morning about rates, which, strengthened the pound. But I think we're just kind of in a little bit of a wait and see period here. Not really much going on macro wise today. 6 Fed speakers though, so it's always a chance for some headline fireworks.
Yeah, no, for sure. All right, so great start to the morning. Appreciate everyone's intel. Craig, I will talk to you later on, and have a great day.
Sounds good. Thanks, Jim.
All right, we're going to do a quick edge report right now, and we'll get to our special macro guest. We'll get to Brent Blackline in a second. Here's the Bitcoin, the micro Bitcoin chart I talked about earlier today. And, again, I'm trying to measure this high to low peak here is at 22.1%. I'm going to bring it back up because we've got a little bit more upside over the last 2 days, 18.46% sell off from peak to where we're at right now, approximately. So here's the consolidation range I'm talking about. 106, we'll just call it 106,300 on the downside. And we've seen buyers here before, just south of that 100,000 level. So the micro Bitcoin now is it almost seems like it's readjusted and it's in a new paradigm level right now. Anything could happen. We have a baby candle so far, inside bar by all measures, and not that much movement. Volume-wise, we did about 24,000 so far, which a little bit light. As a matter of fact, we're a little bit light on volume across the board. If you just kind of peek at the E-mini S&P, and I use that as my benchmark, kind of like, how active are traders in the Globex session overnight? 137,000, not a huge amount. I mean, it's not holiday level stuff, but still not that much so far going into the session. Intraday on the Bitcoin, we have a really nice volume profile, almost picture perfect, Gaussian distribution, bell shape with the point of control right in the middle. That's approximately at 103,550. We do have a little bit of a move afoot. We've been below that VWAP even before the London initial balance and all the way up to this 30-minute candle. So we're getting a little bit of a bid. We have a couple targets up on the top, including that 0 DTE high vol level at 105,020. And then above that, we got JAX 4, and that's tracking in a blind spot there. So there's 2 areas of interest from Mentor Q, 105,500, give or take, and then JAX 2 up at 106,000. On the downside, should things go bad, the pivot's kind of defining the bottom of the conversation. And then we have a blind spot 2 at 102,400. Should we make new lows? The one-day min is at 101,400. We're going to talk about the E-mini S&P and NASI in a couple of minutes here with Farm. So we're going to skip over to heating oil because this market is really important. I've been talking about this for months now. And by the way, we do have Farm. We have Tanya trades coming up a little bit later. We have Stowe. And then this afternoon, we have Leo and Stowe again. So Stowe's doing double time. Here's that heating oil. And think about, this is the supply chain chart for me, right? We're talking about shipping. We're talking about trucking. We're talking about train, rail. And all of these things are powered by ultra low sulfur diesel. That's what the heating oil contract is. And we've got a huge kind of move up here right now. We broke through this double top here that we saw at 2.4189. And then we broke through this other, I guess, another higher level that we had some resistance way back at the beginning of July. We broke through that. We're at 2.51 right now. Yeah, there's targets on the upside as well. If you go back further on, that January 17th high close, that's that blue line I have right there, 2.64. So this is a very bullish kind of move. There's no candle at the top of this thing. right now. There's no wick, I'm sorry, at the top of the of this contemporary candle. Moving averages are just, streaking up pretty strongly here as well. So this is my commodity of choice to look at today and for the next couple of days. Eventually, this will settle down. Of course, all these markets settle down. Eventually, I'm going to be looking for that turnaround doji, but we are not there yet. Let's shoot over to gold. Gold is above that 4,000 level on the futures that we talked about time and time again, and my data will pop in here in a second. The gold market. This is a really nice retracement actually, and it's a pretty sticky retracement. We have kind of a nice area of support forming around 39.40-ish, give or take, where my crosshairs is right now. I have a range kind of highlighted there. Top part of it's 40.59 as we kind of consolidate sideways, right? That's what we're doing for the last, I don't know, 7, 8, 9 sessions. Gold right now is down from its peak about 8.47%. So, we talk about markets, and I'm not going to use the word corrections because I hate the word corrections. The markets are never incorrect. Pullbacks, retracements. This is kind of textbook. So I'm not too worried about it. A lot of folks are still bullish here, and we'll see if we get a breakout either way. The moving averages are tangled in love. I mean, look at this 8 and 21. They're all pretty tight. And then we have some pretty nice, we have some distance between the 50 EMA. Intraday, really quickly here, and we'll get to our main event in a second. That one-day min, I'm going to keep my eye on that one-day min, Menthor Q, should we break out to the upside, 40.38. That's my target. Right now, the London initial balance high is kind of holding. Yeah, we tried to test it, I don't know, about 6:30 to 7 o'clock in the morning. Failed. On the downside, though, look for those call resistance levels. That's at 40,000. I know, nice even number, but look for that, and below that is HVL. The bottom of the conversation is defined by the pivot and that 0 DTE high vol level at 39.70. That is this morning's Edge Report, and it's time for our special guest. Whew, what a morning, Shy. I got to tell you,
Good morning.
I was a late adopter to X, and when the first 2 people I followed on X, I think was the first 2, maybe within the top, 10, whatever, was you. I'm not just saying that to suck up. And our next
Ooh.
guest, Brent. I'm not kidding you. And so when you got Brent on, I was like, "Oh, this is awesome." So let's get him in here. Let's stop messing around. Good morning, Brent. Nice to meet you. Thank you for being here.
Jim, good morning. What a treat to be on with you and one of my longtime heroes.
She's my time hero too. And imagine my surprise when when management here at Ninja Trader tapped me on the shoulder and said, "Hey Jim, guess who we just got?" And I'm like, "Who?" She's like, "She like Shy Girl." I'm like, "Wow, my life just got a lot better."
Yeah, indeed. I mean, she is an absolute legend on X. Love the diversity of the market she covers, how interactive she is. There's a lot of people that get on X that X is social media. A lot of people think it's just media. All they do is broadcast. Always been very appreciative of her interactivity, and also occasionally breaking it up with some of her fabulous cooking posts and kind of lightening the mood on a place that's become rather heavy of late.
Yeah, yeah. So I know you talk about and write about the Fed and the banking system a lot as well. I think on your recent blog post, you were talking a little bit about bank reserves, are they abundant? Are they adequate? Where are they at on your scale? Talk about that for a second.
Well, yeah, I start all of my macro research. I use kind of a top-down approach, and the top of the approach where I begin is always the Fed. That doesn't mean I'm happy about that. Doesn't mean I think it's the way our society ought to be structured, but that's just the reality we live in. And I'm not here to make society better. I'm actually here to make a profit for the firm. So yeah, a big thing that's going on right now is, we've operated, since COVID basically in an abundant reserve regime. At some point we are going to shift over into an ample reserve regime. And knowing when that transitions from abundant to ample is going to be a little bit like sighting bubbles. We'll probably only know the exact line of demarcation when we're looking in the rearview mirror. But kind of depending on the measures you use and who you talk to, we're kind of right at that borderline right now. And I think that was one of the things that prompted the FOMC to NQT at their last meeting.
And everybody's talking about right now how, funding market volatility kind of has returned. It hasn't, as excess reserves kind of vanished. How does this affect the overall markets? And how serious is it right now?
Well, let me answer your last question first. How serious is it? It's something to keep an eye on. It's something we monitor. There is nothing anywhere in the funding markets right now that indicate anything that would be reasonable to deem a crisis. A lot of people want to go to flashbacks of September 2019 and what was it, the repocalypse. Nothing, nothing at all indicating that. Yes, reserves are, as the Fed has run QT. Reserves have gotten reduced. The federal budget deficit and the national debt has expanded. We're now north of 38 trillion. That increases the amount of securities that need to be funded and financed. Overnight now, the volume in the SOFR market is, I used to joke and make a big deal out of getting it over 3 trillion. It's over 3 trillion every night now. So the plumbing has to work. Okay, just the ability for that debt to be funded and managed, it has to work. It has to work seamlessly. And yes, we are seeing a little bit of volatility in the rates, but it's important to understand where the volatility in the rates is occurring. It's occurring around certain events, one of which is always month end. Banks tend to withdraw some of their capital from the overnight funding markets just to kind of rework their balance sheet a little bit for regulatory purposes. If you reduce the supply of funding and you have the same amount of demand, obviously the price of that funding is going to go up. Some other things, and this is a little bit of a point of contention. I actually had a very good conversation at the Dallas Fed last week in person about this. Is around the 15th of the month, particularly quarterly 15th, September 15th being the biggest one, are corporate tax payments. But what we're also now seeing is during certain treasury settlements, regardless of whether it's coupon settlements or treasury bill settlements, we're beginning to see these overnight rates increase. Again, this isn't a crisis, but it's just endemic of the fact that the amount of debt we have to finance is increasing and the supply of reserves to do it with is gradually decreasing and now should hopefully flatline. So it's something we keep an eye on. The impact on the market is just that it's going to have to be closely managed by the Fed. They have the facilities in place, specifically the standing repo facility operated by the New York Fed that has both a morning and an afternoon window that's open for funding, that's going to prevent having another crisis situation like September 2019. But this will have some implications going forward on how the Fed manages its balance sheet to continue this funding.
Brent, a lot of businesses and a lot of individuals they borrow at SOFR plus, and how variable could SOFR be from Fed funds through this volatility?
I think it's hugely volatile, and especially here, if you go back, Jim, and look at the last 45 days, really where this really started to become central was the middle of September, when we had the mid-September corporate, tax day. We are now starting to see the way the Fed just a very rough back of the envelope when Chair Powell steps to the mic, at the FOMC presser. They've issued a statement that says, the target Fed funds rate 375 bips to 400 bips. The way they're actually setting that is the floor of that is set with the reverse repo facility. So that's where the 3.75% comes in. The upper bound of that, the 4%, is the standing repo facility. And so the goal is to use those along with interest on the reserve balances to maintain these overnight funding rates within that range. We've had several instances now, if you go back the last 45 days, where SOFR, which is a derivative rate, it's actually set a day in arrears. So like when they set SOFR, they just set it this morning. That's actually based on yesterday's trading. SOFR has actually been set several days above the Fed's upper range. And to your point, Jim, you're correct. A lot of short-term funding will be based on, hey, we're going to fund this short-term line of credit. It's SOFR plus so many basis points. A lot of that depends on, when is it set. If it says, hey, SOFR on the last day of the month, then that could definitely be higher. But most of them are used some kind of average or something. That's a great question, Jim.
Yeah. Thank you.
And then I had a question. So we know that QT is going to start, right? And in December, the Fed has also talked about, running off their MBS, which mortgage-backed securities. So how kind of important is the composition of the Fed's balance sheet for market functioning and rate volatility? And do you see any problem with, or is this problematic with them running off, say, MBS and stopping QT?
Well, stopping QT should actually be a very tiny market positive, just because they are now going to have to go into the market, participate as non-competitive bidders in coupon auctions, or in Fed refundings and auctions to maintain the size of their balance sheet. So that's very tiny market positive. But let's keep some things in perspective here. QT right now is only running at a net of $5 billion a month. Our federal budget is $7 trillion per annum. So the $5 billion per month, with a nearly $6 trillion Fed balance sheet, is not particularly material, but hey, every little bit helps. MBS has been running off as it matures ever since they started this process. There are no plans right now, or none that are published anyway, to alter that. Now, what the Fed is going to do that's going to look somewhat different to the markets is to maintain the size of their balance sheet, as they're going to purchase treasury bills and very short dated securities. The reason they're doing this is that their balance sheet right now has a very long weighted average maturity because of all the coupon securities, notes, and bonds that they purchased when they were doing the massive QE for COVID. The problem that they have with that is the weighted average maturity of their balance sheet is much longer than what the weighted average maturity is of the U.S. sovereign debt. They would prefer to have their balance sheet match more what is out of the sovereign debt that's outstanding. So their way to remedy that is they're going to start buying shorter dated securities, and then as the coupon securities that are on their balance sheet mature, gradually this will shorten the weighted average maturity of the balance sheet. All of that generally, Tracy, if they do this as they've advertised, should basically be pretty much market neutral. This shouldn't be a huge move. Now, let me say this. When the Fed begins this process, and the technical name of the process is reserve management, where they want to grow the balance sheet at approximately the rate of NGDP growth, from a market perspective, from you as a professional trader, with your accomplishments and experience, this should not be a factor. Now, when they make this announcement, X is going to explode. Oh, QE, we're monetizing the debt, and all this. As long as they grow this in accordance with NGDP, it really should be very market neutral. Should help maybe some functioning on the short end, just with liquidity in the transactions. But other than that, overall, I would say it's neutral to maybe just slightly positive for the market.
So let me ask you, let's kind of like do this transition to the longer end of the curve right now. Treasury bonds are 116 handle. They're even priced even below the last FOMC cut. Is this a weakness that is going to get worse? Are we going to stabilize? Is it going to come to a sensus, or is this just the reality of that this is just efficient pricing right now?
I think, man, asking me about the long end is like asking me to go tap dance in a bit of a minefield. I know a lot of people like me who focus on the long end or trade the long end have been very frustrated really since April. And let me just kind of say this to you, Jim. I'm going to set the backstop, and I'm going to introduce some personal bias here. So this is not street policy. This is strictly you and I having a conversation here this morning. The Fed has abandoned the 2% inflation target, in my opinion. I believe the Fed now treats 2% as a floor. That their biggest fear is that inflation falls below that with this sovereign debt level and running the deficits that we are. It's not practical for them to allow that to happen. I personally think that the long end of the curve has been a little slow to pick up on that, and that I think once this realization is, and part of the problem isn't just that 2% is the floor, is nobody knows where the ceiling is. Okay, so what is the inflation rate that gets the Fed to stop the cutting cycle, have another pause, but more important, where they would raise or do something to tighten financial conditions? Nobody has any idea. God forbid you go back to March of 2022, CPI was running close to 8% year over year before they started raising rates. Now, I'm not saying that they're going to let that happen, But I don't think that the long end, in my opinion, has truly woken up to the idea that you've got a central bank who is now, you know, when we grew up, stable prices should be 0%. We all know that's very problematic to manage. The 2% thing kind of came into vogue. Chairman Bernanke was the first one to really come out and admit that it existed. Okay, 0 to 2%, so, a pretty good range. 2% is a target, 2% is a ceiling. But now that we're kind of treating this as a soft floor, and the Fed has demonstrated a complete unwillingness over the last 4+ years to put the policies in place that it would take to reliably and consistently get inflation to 2% or below, we don't really know what the upside in inflation is. So my opinion is that the curve should be a lot steeper, and that really the only thing that's keeping a lid on long rates right now is the fact that the Treasury is not increasing coupon issuance. I know that the TBAC had some recommendations, or some commentary in the QRA this week, that they may look at beginning to increase coupon issuance toward the latter half of next year. I'm skeptical that that's going to happen. The Treasury is going to risk putting more supply into the long end right before midterm elections.
Yeah, great answer. Shai, I mean, I know we're up against time, but let's keep rolling a little bit. Do you have any last second thoughts for Brent before you go over time a little bit? It's okay.
Yeah, so what are we looking at? Let's look at, everybody wants the Fed to cut rates, right? And the market kind of went into a tizzy because December, it sounded like maybe December they wouldn't, and maybe they would hold. I mean, does a quarter point even matter at this point, really? I mean, is the December rate cut that big of a deal?
Well, and great question, Tracy, as always. I think that does the actual 25 bips, if we lower that range from 350 to 375, is that a material change? Maybe, maybe not. I really think what you're dealing with, and when you talk about the market tizzy and the volatility, is you have to go and look with 38 trillion of sovereign debt out there. When you look at, today the Treasury is going to refund 110 billion of 4-week Treasury bills, 95 billion of 8-week or of Treasury bills. The forward interest rate curve has become so much more critical. You and I have been doing this a long time. Now, I mean, you started when you were 8 years old, so it was like, we've both been doing this a while. We're having to mature our outlook on this, because a lot of times this short-term forward rate curve was just kind of the purview of strictly the repo guys, the money market guys, and stuff like that. This is starting to have real implications across the market. So when we went into the FOMC meeting, the October FOMC, the forward overnight index swap curve was pricing in 100% chance that the Fed was going to cut rates in December. Chair Powell came out. He put on, he put on his hawkish mask there, and it's absolutely not assured. We're data dependent, and had a very neutral feeling to it. And actually, during the presser, I watched these swaps during the presser. Actually, got all the way down to where it was only a 51.7% chance of a December cut. So what we're experiencing is our markets and everything is much more levered to these short-term rates, and he is still having to play this forward guidance game. And he did not want to come out and just say, yeah, absolutely, we're definitely cutting in December, particularly because you had Jeff Schmid, who is the president of the Kansas City Fed, who has a phenomenal markets oriented resume. I've met him in person, talked to him in person. Phenomenal gentleman, very kind and generous with his time. He was a hard dissent against the rate cut. Then we learned at the Dallas Fed conference, the bank liquidity conference on Friday morning, Lori Logan, who is the balance sheet subject matter expert, Beth Hammock, who is the president of the Cleveland Fed. You go and look up her CV on LinkedIn. Again, huge treasury market background. Both of them were soft dissents. They are not recorded voters. As you know, the regional presidents rotate among voters. They both dissented against that rate cut. So Chair Powell has to go out there into that press conference where he's got one of his voters has dissented against the rate cut, and then his two most experienced treasury market operators, who are not recorded voters, also both dissented. He definitely had to go out and walk a neutral line. That backed up those rate cut odds from 100% closer to 50-50, and then you and I experienced the market volatility that you so correctly detailed.
Awesome. Well, unfortunately, we're up against time. I could talk to you all day long. I appreciate you spending this early
Thank
morning with
you.
us, and hopefully we can get you back on again, everybody. Follow Brent on X, everybody. I cut and paste his link into the chat. Brent, thank you again.
Y'all have a great day. Thank you for the
Thank
opportunity.
you.
Dude, one of my favorite guys. I mean,
I know, he's
he
great.
I have
And
like
he explains
25 more
things
questions.
so well. He
I
explains
know.
things so well, like, he makes it really easy to digest if you're not used to kind of talking about this stuff. So, great guy
Absolutely.
overall.
Absolutely. All right, we're pushing everything back 5 minutes. Thanks, Shai.
All right.
We had a great morning. I look forward to talking to you later on in the day.
All right.
It's time for Tape Talk, and I do believe, yes, we do. We have the man, the myth, the legend. We have Farm live from Arizona. How you doing, man?
I'm doing well. How about yourself, Gags?
Pretty good. Can't complain. You know, the weather's starting to turn a little bit here on the island, which is it's kind of nice because, I'm not in Florida, I'm in South Carolina, so you do get a little bit of fall and winter. I mean, nothing like it was in Chicago, where you're shoveling 6 feet of snow off your roof so it doesn't cave in. That's a whole different problem. But other than that, everything's okay.
I'm looking forward to fall. I think it's tomorrow in Arizona. It's pretty much one day. It's pretty much one day. So, but it is getting nicer out here. It's nice that it's not 120 degrees every day. So
Yeah, well,
good
I'm
stuff.
with you, man. I'm with you for sure. So let's get into it, man. I mean, it's funny because Pax mentioned this yesterday, and I think it's true. I'm looking at the E-mini S&P daily chart, and remember that gap we had? We had that gap on the 24th to overnight over the weekend of the 27th. That
Hmm.
is a really nice area for me of resistance right now. It's right at the 80 MA. I'm tracking last week's low at 68, 43 and a half, and we're bumping up against that right now. I think that's a real critical level. How are you feeling about that?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's the big one. And obviously, we've seen excursions back above there this week.
Yeah.
We talked in the Sunday night show about the possibility of a bullish engulfing week if we traded lower first. Um, Sellers have actually done a decent job of capping this. I think the question, a lot of the sell to me, especially the overnight, just seemed like positioning unwind liquidation.
Yeah.
And so the question is after that, what do we get? Do we get sellers continuing to defend this and put pressure on the other gap, right? From I guess it was the 23rd. If we go back to the daily, we had this prior, almost 6 week range of consolidation that we've been talking about for a couple of weeks. Um, we dipped into that. We had that was the 23rd. We've basically got this internal, I called it an internal balance or internal box of 4 days that was sort of protecting this back test. And you had to keep in mind all the while that NQ was not even close to its multi-week balance back test. And so, I mean, here we are, we're putting a lot of pressure on this. We've tested it a number of times. But I would say like today's the day to me. We had the huge puke, whatever it was, Tuesday night. I can't keep my days straight. Where NQ came down and it actually filled its gap from 1023 on an overnight basis just to piss off all the purists. Stowe and I were talking about that, having a good laugh. And, now we're getting, we took out, yesterday took out the prior day's high on ES anyways. We've got sort of relative equal highs on NQ. Now we're getting potential higher lows here. I mean, today's the day. So we've got a lift on ES. It's definitely that 41 to kind of 44 spot, but like sustaining breaks above there. You see what's happened here is that value is basically in the process of shifting lower here from week to week. And so that's sort of the seller's goal is to trap value below, I would say roughly 41 to 44, but it's leaving this sort of low volume node here in the 50s, 60s, which if you just look to your left, I mean, that whole week, let me drag a little bit. I mean, that whole week is trapped off sides. Monday is trapped off sides. So, I mean, that's the play here for sellers. If they want to continue to pressure this breakout, then absolutely. I mean, pops above are okay, 41 to 44, but they can't really allow any kind of a firm base above this 41 to 44 range because, if buyers basically get back up, above, let's just say 70, 69 for good measure on ES and get back into the meat of that, of last week's range, Monday's range, it's kind of game over, and it does bring the bullish engulfing week, or keep the bullish engulfing week on the table. So today is a big day, and like looking down at this, it's like, doesn't look that bad. So I feel like the pressure is on sellers today to defend this, but at the same time, bulls still have to get some reclaims. They've defended where they have needed to at the lows, but they also have not lifted where they need to lift. So big day, because this could be a situation where the week ends up with value gapping lower if we close Friday down in this range. Or, it obviously could be a situation where all of this is left below value and we end up closing back up the highs and everybody's really bullish. So, I mean, it's really, really pivotal, really pivotal spot here. Really the entire 40 to 60 range on ES, I would say.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, when we dipped down to 67, we'll just call it 67.99. I mean, we saw last couple of sessions that was defended, right? Buyers came back in, even though we got some wicks below it, pushed everything back up pretty forcefully, kind of. And it was at a 38.1% retracement from that low China trade wick all the way up to the highs. So it was almost textbook in that regard as well. But we haven't had a candle close below that. And right now we have, I don't know, I'm going to call it today a baby candle because it's not that big and the volume's kind of low, but it is definitely heavy on the top side.
Yeah, it definitely is. And, the one time that I will look to SPX and SPY, I know it's blasphemy for a futures trader. But, you do get decay, obviously, in the ES contract, and sometimes that can change the technical picture. ES is trading in a slightly different spot from where it did, 2-3 weeks ago, what have you. The instances in which I do put a little bit more focus on SPY and SPX is when there's conflict between ES and NQ. And again, NQ is not even close to its multi-week balance range back test, which was like 388, basically was the extreme. Like, we're not even close to that. I mean, we're 400 handles above, but we obviously dipped through it overnight on that craziness, but it was quickly reclaimed off that 1023 gap fill and a nice rally. And so for me, and Q is also basically sitting at the spot here. I mean, obviously we have, these roughly equal highs up here in this 890 to 909 range. You've got Monday's buyers trapped well off sides, but I would still say, obviously for sustaining a bid over these recent two highs, buyers should be good to go. The daily profiles, let me just flip over. This is going to be a bit of a mess. I don't think I've updated this template here. But you've got these two sort of high volume areas the last 2 days up in this range that looked, as I was watching it, just a little bit distributive to me. So for my plan today, I said that I felt like it was actually this sort of 796, 816 spot that needed to be defended if that was indeed redistribution up here. And thus far, they're doing that. But I mean, again, like pretty big rip off the lows from the overnight. So just give me 1 second so I can cover some of the 816 short.
That's all right. Take your time.
No. So, I mean, that's where I'm at basically, right? Is like I actually wanted to be long from the overnight low, fell asleep, didn't get it. Wanted to give buyers a chance up here, take a shot up at the highs because it potentially offers rotations back towards this, I would say 655, 669, maybe a little bit lower. You can see sort of the lower edge of this distribution here developing on the week. But I mean, again, it's not super bullish if we end up leaving value gapping lower for the week. So, I mean, this really is a big deal. We don't have to engulf from a bull's perspective in 1 week. It could be a 2-week composite bullish engulfing candle. But, I mean, they really need to get these reclaims. And thus far, they have not done that. And that's definitely is a significant change in tone, right? I mean, we've seen liquidations get bought up fast, get bought up aggressively, and just head back to the moon for a very, very long time. Given the fact that we have QT ending and we're going to QE, things feel a little bit heavy. I mean, obviously, Bitcoin has been extremely heavy. We talked about that one. If it can gain some strength back above October's low, then maybe it's in good shape. But yeah, I mean, things are a little bit heavy, and I feel like today's a day for bulls to lift this. I mean, again, like pattern traders rejoice, whatever you want to call this. If you want to call this a narrow cup and handle or inverse head and shoulders, whatever it is, time to get excited and lift this piggy, I think. So I'm looking for additional failed pushes down towards 650s on NQ, maybe just a little bit lower. We could sweep out these relative equal lows, like maybe, and come back in. But I feel like today's the day. I've got 700 on here. Seems like it's been key. That was one of the gap areas, I believe, from maybe the 24th. And then today on ES, obviously the 41 to 44 spot is huge. The actual back test of like the extreme high of that multi-week range was 9.5 to 12.5 I'm using.
Mhm.
And then this 6797 to 6800 bulls have been very, very active down here.
Yeah.
Yesterday was a big trend day. That was all broken down overnight.
Yeah.
We'll see what today brings, but I'm willing to give ES before I call it a failed breakout, and then I'll let you weigh in here. It's kind of, maybe let's call it like 80, 77 to 80, again, based on SPY and based on SPX, and then based on where NQ is likely to be. So I don't want to just be like max short, but I mean, below, let's say 97 to 6800, or 86 to 90. But
Yeah.
losing this is a problem, right?
Well,
So
and you have some very attractive high volume nodes up on higher on your chart, which is, a lot of
mhm.
times it tracks price too.
Yep. So today, yeah, I really feel like today is the day. I would want to see, you could probably actually, honestly, where it's coming into now, I'd like to see buyers come in around 29, maybe 27 if they're going to on ES. If not, runs the risk of coming back down. Let's go into the 5. You can just see on yesterday's profile, basically right here, the upper edge of this distribution here is kind of a very awkward, kind of double-ish distribution day. And so we can
Yeah.
see once we lost that spot overnight, we kind of rugged back down to the bottom there. And here we are now, back testing from above. I think bulls are going to want to step in and bid this.
Yeah, let me ask you this. I mean, it's a little bit of a lower volume day today, right? I know there's some Fed speakers and some other nonsense going on, but who knows if that's going to move the needle anywhere. But it's lower volume. Yesterday we had a lot of volume. Today it's like it's in the morning to the, overnight glowbacks, opening range kind of volume. Today it's the opposite. Do you read anything into that?
Not on its own, but I would say like in a bullish market, it takes a lot more volume to make price go down, and lower volume days that tend to float up, right? Because the tape is generally well bid. And so to me, like if low volume days start to float to the downside, it's probably not that good. So that's something I would watch. That's sort of one way that I use volume, and whether it's low or whether it's high, is like, okay, well, what's price doing on those days? Because a lot of people get worked up about like low volume float ups into new all-time highs. That's not bearish at all. There are select circumstances in which it is, but markets do tend to have high volume at critical inflection points. And so from there, if they float, to the upside, that's generally pretty bullish on low volume. You don't really want to see it kind of just grind down, to the downside on low volume. But
Okay.
today, slight lean was up, as I said here, short. But yeah, I mean, this is the day if bulls are going to do it. And if they can't, then it's going to be hard, I think, for me to want to be long this market into next week. But, again, pattern traders rejoice on this thing. It looks nice. Today's the day. Go ahead and defend. It looks like they're, making an attempt here, and then lift this pig. And it's game over for sellers, I think, for a little while.
Got it. All right, man. Well, listen, thanks for this morning's intel. Awesome stuff as usual. I don't think I'm going to talk to you tomorrow, but I will talk to you for sure next week.
Next week it is. We'll see you,
All
Jimmy.
right. Have a great weekend. All right. It's time to trade the open, everybody. We have Tanya Trades in the house. Let's do it. Tanya, good morning.
Good morning, Jim. How are you?
I, you know, I'm great. I had an event here at the house yesterday, which was spectacular.
Lovely.
I have this relatively new orange tree. It's in a pot outside. It's about 2 feet tall, and it kind of looks like a Charlie Brown Christmas tree,
Mm-hmm.
but it started growing oranges. And now these aren't the big orange, navel ones you get at the store that are really big, but one of them accidentally fell off because I threw a tennis ball at it when I was playing with the dog, and I decided to bring it in, and I thought, oh, I'm going to cut into it just to see. I know it's immature. It's probably going to taste bitter and everything. I cut into it. It was delicious. I couldn't put it just made it made my day. Little
Was it
things
the
make my
first
day at my
orange it
age.
had?
Say that again?
Is that the first orange it ever like had like
Yeah,
born?
yeah,
That's awesome.
yeah. Anyway, my tree's
How
no
long have you
longer.
had it then? For 2 years?
It's been sitting out there. Yeah, yeah, it's been sitting out there for 2 years. Yeah,
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 that's pretty quick then. I don't know. Like that's awesome that it already has fruit.
yeah. Yeah.
Did you
Anyway,
have a party for the orange?
well, I ate the orange.
Okay, you gotta like let me know. I love orange juice. Everybody knows I love my orange juice. I get that cold pressed. I pay up for my orange juice, so I'm willing to import some oranges from South Carolina. Let me.
Oh, yeah. Well, next year if I get a bunch, I'll just send you a crate. No worries.
Hell yeah. Okay. I'm looking forward to it.
Oh, man. Anyway, so how you doing? How's New York? I know you got a new mayor now.
I know. How's New York? Up for debate, up for well grabs, I guess. We'll see how it is.
Yeah. Well, I don't, it's never as bad as it sounds. So it'll be fine.
Yeah, we've New York has had like 12 years of bad mayors so far, so yeah.
Yeah.
What's gonna happen? I don't know.
So,
Wick already when we started yesterday's daily candle, and like anyone trying to kind of fade either just, got hurt in the beginning of the day and then we dropped off in the afternoon. It was pretty awesome actually. Afternoon went much better for me. I learned yesterday I'm not good at scalping. Anytime I think, oh, let me just scalp for a small move or something, I just get immediately stopped out, which is hilarious. But if as long as I wait for those like good pullbacks along before we hit my target, then I'm good. Yesterday was really interesting. Out during Trump's speech, he was like late. He was like late 40 minutes to his speech as always.
yeah.
And I got out of my longs literally when as Nasdaq was making a new high there, and then that was literally the high of the day. Uh, Pretty funny. Pretty much like a pretty decent pullback. I honestly don't think that um I don't think that I'll be looking for shorts today. I think I'll also look for longs. I'm a little bit cautious though because of yesterday's quite a large range yesterday. I think let me think about that. Let's see. 500 almost 600 points on the daily for Nasdaq. That today could be an inside day. It's possible. But we still have this like 4 hour, we have these 4 hour buy side we didn't hit for NASDAQ. We hit it for ES yesterday, but NASDAQ, we didn't hit this 25,893 level, which was like the level I was kind of going for during the afternoon when I was in those longs and I abandoned them because yeah, we had that divergence at the high. So yeah, I do think that like wolves and bears could be fighting a lot today. Um, We also have this 4 hour fair value gap that we could tap into because yesterday we didn't come back into here specifically. So that sell side here, there's a lot of sell side. So I'm gonna mark that out as a potential area. If we do retrace to there, then I'd look from longs from there. Um, so I'd rather just stick to one side if I think today might be a back and forth day a bit. Especially if it might be an inside range. I don't want to like confuse myself and keep flip-flopping because it could just be a harder day to trade. If
Yeah.
yesterday was such a large range day, I mean, we completely filled in a bunch of gaps for both of them. So we'll see how that ends up going. I'm gonna be nimble, but I'm gonna probably focus on the longs today.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I mean, I'm looking at last week's low, we're 25,700 in NASD and 68.43 and a half in the ES. We're a little bit above it on the NASD right now, and the ES we're a little bit below it. Those are kind of pivotal levels for me right now to see are we going to close above it later on today? Are we going to close below it later on today? That's kind of my goal line.
Mm, yeah, I think that yesterday we had a decent close. We closed right at, yeah, right near the Friday low actually. Like it's not like a close that made me think, okay, more downside for today. If anything, yeah, I'm kind of thinking inside range day, be nimble, or, final target would be that buy side for me if we get there. But along the way, I wouldn't be afraid to take my money if like we hit my first target, a swing high, and then we start seeing that divergence between ES if ES is weaker. So yeah, good.
So
Today
when
we're
you
actually
when you look at
pretty
when
much
you
flat.
look at inside bars or inside days, do you just measure regular trading hours, or do you add the Globex session too?
I take the entire session, so like then whatever's on the daily chart, I will look at that. So
Okay.
I'll take the entire session. Um, yeah, I think that's just easier.
Yeah, no, that's what I do also. But some folks like to focus just on regular trading hours. So,
Hmm.
which is fine. I mean, that's whatever technique you're used to, you're good at, you got the muscle memory, more power to you. So, but I look at the Globex too. I think Globex a lot of interesting stuff happens.
Totally, like whatever floats your boat, you got to go stick with that and just continue sticking with it unless you start realizing it's not working out for you. Then like you start looking at other things. But definitely, I agree. I don't think that we have. I think we might have a lot of Fed speakers today. Is that true?
Yeah, last count, I think there might be as many as like six of them. But
Oh, okay, that's lovely. Okay, let's see. It says that the first one's supposed to speak at 11 a.m. But from my experience this week, they just like someone that's not even on like my calendar just starts talking randomly. Like Goolsby started speaking from Chicago, like just randomly. He wasn't even on the calendar. So yeah, today
yeah.
might be a FAFO day with chat. We'll see. And people
Goolsby
in my chat know what that means.
Goolsby's the Chicago guy, and he's actually pretty funny. If you follow his X, he posts funny stuff. He's an interesting fella.
Oh, okay, I'll have to check him out.
Yeah, yeah. He's not like the other folks who are
Boring.
a little more. Yeah, there you go.
Boomers, did you say? Ha ha ha.
No, 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 no. I'm a
Oh
boomer.
no.
Hang on a second. Oh my God. Yeah, but and Trump might speak today too. You never know.
Yeah, it says Trump might make an announcement at 11 a.m. from what I see here. Trump makes an announcement at 11 a.m. Oh, so we have to stay on top of the news today for sure. Like there might be just some random headline.
Yeah.
Um, yeah.
Yeah, no, for sure. And it's that in that dead time in the middle of the day. But the good news is I like when they do that better than at like after hours or like at 4 o'clock, because then when you're trading, the market could assimilate the news, however it assimilates it, and then you have that whole afternoon session to look for trade opportunities. So that 11 o'clock kind of news dump isn't bad, I don't think.
Yeah, I don't think it's bad. I think it's just like yeah, I just always have to make sure that I'm aware of when it is. And I never want to be caught off guard. When sometimes I see like what 40.1 minute candle on the Nasdaq on to the downside, and you're just like, wait, what was that? And
Yeah,
something like random headline just came out, then that's one thing. But if it was like a news, then I better have known that that was upcoming.
I know. I got Tracy on speed dial when that happens. What was that?
Yeah, totally. I'm gonna open up the chat and see if Tracy types things. That's what she's good for. She like definitely is really good at that, keeping us updated on things like that.
Not only that, I mean, people don't realize she's like a really good trader also. I mean, she's
Oh
a good
yeah.
technician, a good trader. I mean, her focus is on the macro side, but yeah, she's a resource.
Oh, totally. She's like such a good resource in the Ninja Trader team. Like before, like I think like it's great to know more macroeconomics in general. And then you have a better idea of fundamentals and like, okay, where are we like it's just a lot better to have that kind of backstory while you're trading because if you're back trading, back testing, like honestly, it's hard to remember or gauge like what was happening in the market in that moment, right? If I'm
Yeah,
looking at something like years ago, like for example, if it was like someone could forget, oh, the day that Trump was elected, maybe they saw a bearish setup, but it didn't work. Why? Because like the market was just going up the entire day,
yeah,
right? Because of that type of fundamental news that happened.
yeah. I literally at my daily charts, I type out text like, FOMC, minus 25 bips. China trade deal fell apart. So I track these over the course. So at least when I go back and I do that, because NinjaTrader has a really good playback mode. The desktop platform
Hmm.
has a really good playback mode. You could literally go back, pick a time frame, play the charts at any speed, regular speed or super fast speed, and then kind of
Oh,
like set some OCO type of trade ideas and test them. It's really good.
yeah,
Anyway.
that's like really sick. Honestly, like the fact that you could change what speed it goes at, that's nice. It's really nice to see the candles forming themselves.
Yeah, yeah. You can't if you when you go back to playback mode, it's like if you played at one times one speed, you're gonna be sitting there again just staring. But you get it to 10 times and moving 10 times quick and you go, all right, this is good. This is good.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah. Anyway, all right. Well, listen, I glad you're here. Everybody, let's get those thumbs up going right off the bat for Tanya. Let's get those subscriptions going. This is the best trading community that I've ever been involved in, and I'm older than everybody here, so I could say that it is important. Thank you for being here, everybody in the chat. You're super cool. If you're not in the chat and listening, we love you just as well. Thank you for that participation as well. So, having said all that, Tanya, I am going to dip into the chat, and you're going to do the heavy lifting for a while. Good luck, and I'll be taking notes.
Thank you so much. And then there was one. Ho ho. Good morning, chat. How's everybody doing today? Today is Thursday, November 6th. Government is still shut down. Yeah, this is now the longest government shutdown ever. See, chat, what you guys up to? Let me know, like, are you bullish, bearish, or neutral? Do we have that going on in the chat? All right, I'll write that down. 57% bullish. 21% bearish, 23% neutral. Hmm. Chicago. I gotta go to Chicago. Never been there. I gotta go see that bean. And what else? I want to go. There's some good restaurants scene out there, you know. I like my restaurants. Yeah, so ES took this high already. I have a feeling Nasdaq will still like come back up and try to take it. ES already repriced to this 4-hour FEG twice. NASA didn't reprice to it. So that might be something interesting we take a look at. Like maybe that's a London SMT. If we don't come back down to here, then maybe that's just it. Like that's why, because ES hit this low during London. I think both things could happen. If it takes this low, I wouldn't say that it's invalidating my long idea. I think either way is fine. But that's something to take note of. We're in an hourly FEG here right now. We did break this high. Yeah, 15-minute here. We are in probably discount of this leg to the upside. So yeah, maybe we'll get some push up during the open. That would be lovely. If we just get like a bullish first presented FEG, can go from there. That's kind of my thought process. If yeah, this is an SMT, then we already have this dip down into the 15-minute. If we get a 1-minute shift back higher, could be interesting. Could be something good, you know? Hmm. Hmm. So what a fun day today. Still looking at this like calendar for today. Lots of people speaking today. A lot of people speaking. Trump makes an announcement at 11, it says. 11 a.m. Fed's Williams speaks. 11 a.m. Fed's Barr speaks. What if like everything's just like kind of consolidating before 11 a.m.? Wouldn't that be annoying if we just ping pong between this and this? If we ping pong just back and forth, that would be kind of annoying. Kind of like mentally preparing for that possibility as well. So if that happens, then like, I just gotta chill. I can't overtrade that. We have the open in 10 minutes. Chat, you guys are mostly bullish. I'm also mostly bullish. Farm's also bullish. I mean, we had quite the wick yesterday to the downside. Whoever watched my afternoon stream, your real one, because yesterday in the afternoon I just decided to stream and pretty much got out at the high of the day, like actually literally at this little wick here. ES did not make a new high there. And I was like, all right, well, I'm done with you, NASDAQ. I got long like somewhere in here. And then I was like, all right, bye. And I did manage to then flip shorts later on, because there was some sell side to attack here. Congrats if you ended up shorting from that push down again. Um, let's see here. But like, yeah, the morning for me was rough. Like I was just, it's like, oh, I could maybe catch a retracement to go short because we already hit some of my buy side target here. And that's pretty much, I was still more bullish, but we already had expanded like 400 points. And so I thought we could just kind of consolidate, which we did, but well, I thought we could pull back and we didn't. We just consolidated, and that's like the worst kind of action to be part of here. And then, came down into this small sell side, and then we pushed back up from there. Consolidated Trump. They said Trump was going to talk about the economy at 1, so there were some long setups. And then that drop was kind of epic. So maybe today will be a great day, like yesterday or during the afternoon sessions, particularly. Or maybe it's a little bit large range day, because it is like 600 points or something, right? Check out the ATR. ATR. For ES, it's 80 points. For NASDAQ, it is 409. Interesting. Hmm. How much should we move so far? So yeah, I honestly think today might be just an inside day. So I don't want it. I don't want to push too hard on the longs. Like if I get into a long and it gets to a first target, then I have to, you know, take profits along the way. We moved 200 points so far. So from here to here, it's not, then we would have 277-point move on the Nasdaq. So it's not out of the question. It's just about how are we going to get there? Will it be smooth sailing or will it be high resistance? We'll find out. It's not, I like to start off the day on the 15-minute. Take a sip of water.
for me, right? We're talking about shipping, we're talking about contract to higher level. So look at my data. Well, gold is above that 4,000 level, doji, but we are not there yet. Let's shoot over to gold. I'm going to be looking for that turnaround doji, but we are not there yet. Let's shoot over to gold. Gold is above that 4,000 level on the futures that we talked.
They don't, if we get decent close, I think, final target would be that buy side for money. If
When you
they,
that's whatever technique you're.
Oh yeah, that's what I kind of want to see again
So I think
here,
we'll
from
back-
here to
you gotta
here.
go stick. Today
Yeah.
might be a FAFO
Let
day.
me highlight this
Chat. We'll
15-minute
see.
FEG.
10
Like,
people.
let's see what we do here. And like I said, if we end up taking the sell side, then that's fine. I'm not gonna be getting rid of my bullish stance yet. This is a 4-hour FEG. So yeah, we'll see how that goes. Excited. Not really excited. I'm never really that excited to trade. You shouldn't be too excited, but I'm pumped. Okay. I wonder what this 15 minutes is going to look like for ES and NASDAQ, like when we start the day. Be real interesting here. Okay. The financial calendar. Yeah, it's just full of so okay. Williams and Barr speaking at 11, and Trump makes an announcement at 11. Waller speaking at 3:30, and someone else at 4:30 and 5:30. Okay, noon. So we're full of Fed speakers starting at 11. All right, so we'll see what the market wants to do today. Also, like, you guys, I don't think the NFP is coming out tomorrow. No, it's not. So it's not even like day before NFP protocol. It's not coming out tomorrow. We have 10 a.m. news tomorrow. We have more speakers tomorrow. Everyone just likes to yap, I guess. Everyone likes speaking from the Fed. Wouldn't it be nice if, like, you could say something and then the market moves in a direction? Can you imagine having Fed Powell's job or like that? Where you could say, this is concerning, and then the market like drops. Yeah, Tanya, 11 a.m. Trump is speaking. I said that. It says Trump makes an announcement at 11. Look, tell us what you were looking for this morning. I don't know. I just said it. Bullish. Looking for a bullish market shift. All he has to say is good afternoon. Yeah, as soon as he starts saying good afternoon, pal, then the algos go crazy at exactly 2:30 if you check that out on Fed days. Mm-mm-mm. So yeah, I'm gonna have it on the 15 when the market opens to take a peek here at these London lows. Are we gonna keep them intact? We're getting awfully close to it. We're digging into FEG on the 15, and there is another one here, sure. It's an extreme discount, right? It's like I'm put that fib out, and it's like could dig into it, but if it does, you'd want it to wick it there. If you want the SMT to hold, I personally don't care. I'm not on a long right now. I'm not. That's why I'm like, yeah, I'm not one to just long right at the open based on the 15. Some people do, and okay, it works out well for them. But what I see here for Nasdaq is kind of like these three stacked lows. We can dip into this 4 hour that we haven't came back into at all yet. Yeah. So let's see here. Here's the open. Dipped into this lower 15-minute so far. Yeah, I would want this to be a wick. So I'd want to see like nice price action going up now, basically, if it's going to hold the SMT at London low. If it doesn't, then that's fine too. But if you want to keep the bullishness on the 15, it's better that way. It's just a stronger market if we do have that. It would be crazy if we wick this and we come back and we even wick this. That would be super bullish. Yes, looking a little bit better. Anything green today, really? Not really. None of the big NASDAQ stocks are starting out green this morning yet. Things kind of flat / slightly red. NASDAQ's down 0.42. See ES now. Having a 1-minute shift here. Well, Microsoft just freaking tanked a ton. Wow, looks like it. Interesting. YM's pumping. Okay. What do you guys think? Might be a day to be in ES. We'll see. Nasdaq's picking up too. I'm gonna let this give me a second confirmation since Nasdaq's kind of weak. I'm gonna just monitor this for ES. I do prefer trading Nasdaq over ES, but sometimes you just gotta take what it's gonna give you. Okay, Nasdaq, I think super close to its London low. Go back to the 15 for both of these guys. Template London low. There's no first presented FEG of the day yet for ES, but we'll see where it is. Snapped right before London low, Nasdaq. Let's see if Nasdaq can break this high. I don't know why I put it on the 30-second here. I like this. I want to see us, honestly. Have some inversions. Will Nasdaq tap that London low? It's definitely weaker. Yeah, Costco down 2%. Microsoft's down almost 1%. AMD's down 1.6%. And Nasdaq just took out its London low and really close to this 4-hour fair value gap slash sell side that I've marked out. ES didn't make a new low yet. Let's see if ES takes out a swing high. ES also didn't really make a first presented FEG of the day yet, so it didn't the Nasdaq yet. No. What's this 15-minute look like now? We got 8 minutes left in it. Ideally, I want it to drop into here and then have a nice reaction. Maybe all it's going to do is London low, but I feel I'd rather it drop into the sell side of the 4-hour. Might have to end up taking ES since it's Nasdaq's much weaker. Yes, on the 2 minute, maybe 3 minute. Maybe we'll have a nice displacement above this and that and give us a FEG. Like I would prefer that. That would be lovely. NASDAQ picking up. I gotta stay patient here. I'm waiting for that market shift to the upside. I can't get it long before I get it. I can't. I mean, even ideally, yes, takes out this high instead of these. But I mean, point is, if it takes out these highs, I'd want it to be a displacement. If we just kind of wick, then I'd wait. Ugh. Okay. Hmm. And some alerts. We struggled to take out those highs on ES and NASDAQ. So let's see if NASDAQ maybe fails and gets to that sell side here. Well, that's why it ideally happens in the first 15 minutes that we get the manipulation, and then we can then maybe ride some highs. We'll see. Kind of funny, no fair value gaps yet today, really, since we opened. Maybe now here on ES, it's their first one. Okay, the sell side's been taken here on NASDAQ, which I want to happen. Let's mark out ES again. Let's put the London low here. So there's no more SMTs there, like I said, and I'm fine with that. So chat, 57% of y'all were bullish. So far we're dropping, just fine. I mean, I'm just looking for this to be the manipulation. Still the first 15 minutes of the day. It would be great if this is the false move lower. One could hope. Right, so I'm still gonna have my highs marked out. Hmm.
I mean, if it does come back above this, that would be a breaker on NASDAQ and ES, breaker block. Would be cool. But yeah, now I'm fine with taking either one. Both of them are pretty much near its lows. I'm fine with taking NASDAQ over ES now. What's going on? No bullishness, I said I would look for a bullish shift. There's no reason. There's no bullishness yet. Not even on a 1 minute. I guess ES was the only one here, but it didn't even make a 1 minute fair value gap here, which is hilarious. Well, maybe the tiniest of ones did it. No, there's no space between this low and this high. So it didn't. And that's why I held off and I said, like, because Nasdaq was making like new lows and it was so weak. So I said, I'll hold off and I'll see if like we break another high or if Nasdaq catches up, and we didn't. We just dropped lower. So that kind of kept me a little safe today. Um, Still waiting, like there's still potential for a shift to happen, especially like looking at the 2 minute. Maybe this is a 2 minute inversion that will end up happening. So you got the 2 minute inversion, probably 1 minute as well. I'm still waiting for a 1 minute shift, so I'm gonna wait until this high gets broken. I think. Yeah, yes is a little weaker now. I think I'll have plenty of time if that high gets broken. And I'd be going for a large, like I'm aware that my stop might be really big then. I'll just take smaller sizing because I'd be going for a lot of points anyway. I'm kind of okay with that. Well, we want to see some energy to the upside now. Looks good though. Okay, there it is. NASDAQ is crossing up. That looks good.
About to enter this right now. Hmm. 614. I like that as a stop. Honestly, this is the candle that started this push up, and it's below this. Oh, well, that's lovely. That was a quick stop out at least. All right. Lost $1,300 there. That's lovely. Okay. I would try that again. We broke this high. Where's my entry? Where'd that go? Yeah, I would try that again. Oh well. That's honestly, can't complain. Quick stop out there. Entry, stop down in 1 minute. Immediately. Okay. What just happened there? That's kind of wild, the push down. Let me check the chat. Did Tracy type anything? Was there potential? Well, you will try. I said I would try it again. Yeah, that's what you got to do with your strategy. Even if there's no news. All right, that's lovely. Okay, we just dropped like a ton. I was just asking because that was kind of a big push lower, 100 points in 3 minutes. Okay. What to do, what to do. I'll have this marked out. Honestly, I'll probably just go on a 5. Let's see. Let's go on the hourly. Mhm. All right, people. Tried one long so far. Didn't work. Quickly stopped out, which is a blessing. It's better than to pull the bandage off than to be stuck in consolidation. So I don't know. What's the next level? I'm just gonna wait until after 10, I guess. Yeah, I'll wait until after 10. Massive push lower there in the last 5 minutes. It's like they saw that that I entered long, sorry. Uh, all right. Yeah, I would try that again. Closed above this high on Nasdaq too, created a bunch of imbalances. I even got a decent entry leg. I was trying to just buy bid during this candle. My stop was this candle low, got immediately stopped down like the next minute. So happens. See. Hmm. But not that red. AMD's down 4%. Had earnings when was that last night? No, a couple days ago. Tuesday. Hmm. There's definitely no bullishness today so far this morning. Let's see, 9:55. Honestly, I took the sell side. It had this nice energetic shift. Energetic push back up. It looked good, so I tried it. Now I'm gonna wait until after 10. I'm still gonna stick with the bullish side. This not doesn't really make me want to flip. I don't really see any I don't see a downside target I want for bearishness, really. I don't really think that we would get below this yesterday's low. So, not really a reason for me to go short. The reason why someone would go short is if that was the SMT and they're overall bearish. From us filling all the way that gap up, I don't really, as of right now, I don't really see a point to flip as of yet. I'll wait until after 10. Maybe it'll give me more clarity. Mm-hmm. The only kind of thing I see is if you're gonna go. Whatever. Let's see. We're just dropping. Dropped another 50 points. Okay. Yeah, ES already filled this fib. That's what they say, small losses are a pleasure. That's why you can't hold on to your losers, right? Gotta cut that real quick. Gotta have stop losses in. Is what from my got stopped out. We just keep breaking to a new low on my screen. It's crazy. Dropped another 137 points. Hmm. We already got to here before. That's my VIB for ES. I'll mark out like the 50% of the daily wick. No, dudes. Let me check the chat. Is there anything that came out? I mean, I feel like that was just a crazy drop. Hi, Tanya. Hi, Mr. Leone. Okay. See on the daily. Don't see much there in the chat. You know, if you guys tried longs also, you can't be salty. You tried your strategy. It didn't work. And that's it. You can't be that salty. You just can't be what's important is that you don't, revenge trade, keep trying to buy the dip or something. Let's see. I'm gonna extend this to the right. ES is reaching that like this yesterday's low? No, it's tied to. Okay. I said I didn't really see it going there, so I'm fine with not seeing that happen. Let's see here. We're down 1%, 1.18% on the NASDAQ, and we're down 0.16% on ES. Getting close to those midpoints of the wicks, daily wicks. Who broke the market? Seriously. Rip. That's what happens. Too many of us are bullish, chat. What are we gonna do? Here, yes. Look out to take out a 4-hour low. No, not yet. Reach into 50% of the wick. Nasdaq tapped it exactly. I don't know, bro. What do I want to see here to go long again? It's hard because we just dropped off gnarly. Gnarly drop off. See, is it past 10? Yeah. I said I would wait until after 10. We took out that low. Hmm. I don't know, bro. Dropped off a ton. So many times it happens too fast. Trade your passion for glory. Don't lose grip on the dreams of the past. Seriously, that's in my head right now. It's the eye of the tiger. You gotta keep on. I'm not looking for shorts here still. A lot of us were bullish. Definitely bulls are hurting today so far. I think it would be interesting if we took out that 4-hour low. Kind of looks like, on the 15 it dips into FEGs. Oh, I gotta mark out your previous day low too, but I don't think we would get there, to be honest. Edge alert. Hmm. The sky is falling. That's literally what it feels like, right? Huge push lower. We stopped right on the middle of that wick, which is interesting. We're still below all that previous hourly low and such, 4 hour low. I can't be getting long here with those equal lows below. It's just the rule I have. I'm not gonna really do that. I think it could, maybe entice people again for longs, and then it comes back into a 15-minute, 5-minute fair value gap and it dumps again. Right? Hmm. See what gold's got going on. Let me open up another chart. Let's see what gold's doing today. It's also dropping down on the 4 hour. Okay. Hmm. All right, so ES popped back up to that 5-minute. Bearish. Like this is just so many bearish fair value gaps there now because we just had such a fast and furious push lower there. Yeah, let's see what ends up happening here. Are we gonna go make a new low? No positions right now. Nasdaq looks sad. Looks sad. She looks sad on the 2 minute especially. Really close to that 4-hour low. We're working this midpoint. We just made a new low of the day NASDAQ, not on ES. Again, I don't really like that we are leaving equal lows here. What's this low? Yeah, it stopped 2 ticks before it, so I'd rather take it out. I'd get that back. All right, cool. We're fine. Five, five. Hmm. I don't trust this. This is like looking sus because of that equal low. I'm not gonna long with equal lows right below on both of them. Isn't that kind of sus? Could just dig into here again. Yeah, and if this is a 15-minute point of interest, like 15-minute FEG for ES. You know, probably even hourly. Yeah. AMD is down 5%, Tesla's down almost 2%, Google's flat, Apple's up 0.4%, Nvidia's down 1%, Microsoft's down 1.17%. See if this move up is sustained. Like I said, I don't really trust it because it's in a 15-minute right now for ES. And the 5 still so bearish. 1 minute might be like bullish for now, but I'm not gonna go. It didn't hit this H4 low yet. We made equal lows there. I can't really trust it. We'll see what happens. Are these bullish? Is bullish FEG gonna hold or what? Probably doesn't really look that great on the 2. No. Hmm. And like I said earlier, I'm gonna stay just one-sided right now. I'm still gonna look for longs because I just don't uh yeah, I'm not going to flip to shorts. We're still inside yesterday's range. It's 10:20. Yes, definitely looking better. Yeah, Nasdaq too, it did hold up its bullish fair value gap here. I mean, it's a matter of is it going to sustain that? I don't know. Not no position right now because I'm honestly waiting, hoping that it's going to reject here, sweep, and then it'll go up again. Um, yeah. See the 5. Yeah, we're dipping into point of interest on the 5 for Nasdaq now. Like that's what I'm saying. It's just like there's so much stacked here. On the 15. Let me check this out on a better horizon here. Mm-hmm. So where the drop started for NAT for ES. Let's see the fib. See what ES does. I mean, this is the whole, it's retracing very deeply here. Let's see if it rejects or not. Well, it's retracing into the 618 of that fib I drew. Nasdaq as well. I'm gonna delete those 15-minute. This is like an inversion now, right? So honestly, I can label this inversion. Like literally on the hourly too, right? look at on the 15 for a second here. These are both 4 hours. Yeah. So you have 4-hour inversion here on ES and 15-minute FEG to the downside. We still have those equal lows now down here. NASDAQ. Same kind of thing right now. See what it does. Gonna hold this BPR or not? Yeah. I don't feel comfortable longing as such because of these equal lows down here. Even though there is an SMT, it's literally an equal low. 404.5, and then this is 404. And yeah, still looks bearish on the 5 and the 15 right now. Be kind of different if we swept this. Hmm. Don't need this anymore. Don't need this anymore. Hourly is like we're at a doji right now. Pretty much where we opened on the hourly right now. On the 4-hour. Feels like the Bears and the Bulls are fighting right now. Who will win? Right, because right now I honestly feel like it's 50-50 for me too. I said I don't want to long because equal lows. Do I really want to short? Um, Not really. I don't know if it's gonna get there cleanly. I mean, we've been dropping down pretty cleanly though. Um, what would I look for a short? Mm, you just retrace into a 15-minute. I would need to see some sort of 1-minute shift, and I don't really see it as at the moment. 1-minute bearish shift lower yet, no. So, and I said I want to kind of concentrate on the longs today. Yeah. So let's say I get in a short and I do successfully scalp, I might miss the long after. See what happens. Oh yeah, and I also made it myself something. It said, yeah, I only want to really short after a 4 hour, 1 hour sweep. And I want to shorten a version. I don't really like to, especially on the short side, wait for like a second, drop lower, wait for more confirmation because a lot of times the drop will just happen and then it might sweep in reverse quickly. My little list of things right now. So my perfect kind of world would be if we swept this 4 hour low and then had a inversion to the upside after that. I feel like maybe that would be good because I feel as though there are people that are long here versus they put their stops here. If they got stopped at, that would be nice. I'm sorry if you are long and I'm talking about you. But maybe, hey, maybe that doesn't happen and that does stay intact and then I miss the long side. Whatever. I'll have more opportunities for upside, in my humble opinion, because it's still bearish on the 5, the 15. So I'd rather just wait. You know? Now this is finally a 5 minute high. There it is, dropping quite deeply there. Just violated this low that first tapped and held us higher, right? Tapped into this breaker and then it went higher and we just broke this and inverted this. So I mean, it's not out of the picture that we're gonna hit this now. See. Will we drop? Will we drop? Let's see. There it is. All right. Now what, people? Let's see. At the very least, I hope that, yeah, help people stay safe on the longs, these equal lows below. Maybe some people nailed the shorts there from there. Congrats if you did. Jeez, this push down is crazy. Let's see here. Oh, is it really? No, that was at 8:40 a.m. that Fed Goolsbee said he felt reluctant to continue the rate cutting cycle. That's what my friends are telling me. Fed Goolsbee. It was Goolsbee last time, dudes. It was Goolsbee last time that also managed to drop the market like that, right? Anyway, I gotta stay pay attention because maybe my long will show up. We'll see. It just took 4 hour low. I mean, I could see maybe if it inverts this along towards this high or more. We'll see. Let's see here. Yeah, it's dropping viciously. Oof, it's dropping viciously, people. I mean, we'll see I feel like this is an important area here, this H1, H4 low, and we just like dropped crazy here. I asked on Twitter who broke the market. Someone wrote it's catching some liquidity. Someone wrote, my bad. Someone wrote, you broke my heart. I don't know what that means. Sorry. The daddy Donald Trump. Market makers cooked us. That's funny. Someone commented, I'm broke, that they're broke. trading inside a huge gap can act like this. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. A lot of people came in bullish today. Let's see. Maybe reluctant to continue the Fed rate cutting cycle. I agree, potentially. That's it. We didn't even come into this, dudes. It's wild. That was a massive drop there, too. Shoo! Someone said it's throw up Thursday. LOL. Uh-oh. Hmm. Oh no, call your mom, call your grandma. Only thing green is Apple. Whatever that is. AZN. That's kind of wild. All right. At that point, we gotta start marking out the previous day low level. Making my way downtown, walking fast, faces past them homebound. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. If I could fall into the sky, do you think time would pass me by? It's the 1 minute for yes. Damn. Oh, I'd walk 1,000 miles if I could just see you tonight. Do-do-do-do-do. Another drop. What are we gonna do? Hmm. Maybe I should have flipped bearish there. I really, honestly, I just said I didn't really see it until we dropped down to here. And what, like, the entry would have been this. Maybe 1-to-1. Previous daily low is in field vision right now. Field of view. Pass me by, oh, I'd walk. You know what would be kind of fun to do a stream marathon, but I don't know if I could do it. Yesterday I streamed like twice. You know, guys like what's that guy's name? Like Kai Cenat did like a 30-day stream marathon. I think that's wild. I don't think I could ever do that, but it'd be interesting to do like a whole day of it with like taking breaks and stuff during the stream. Hmm. 10:46. Man, only 21% of us were bullish this morning. So congrats if you were one of the 21% and you actually banked. Or let me know, did you guys flip? Did anyone flip? Someone said trading is boring though, so I don't know how that would work. Like you could have other segments during the stream, like, I don't know, a giveaway or a game or something. Set your alerts, especially the afternoon. Afternoon's boring. Inferno said 4K losses today, switching to micros. Sorry, bro. I'm down 1,300. I tried a long, but that was, risk was paid. That was a business expense. Chris says he traded Asia, set up a short with bullish SMT and up close candle gapped right up after, so killed the trade, ended up leaving 50 points on the table. Any tips? Um, that might have been fine for you. Like, can't just, my tip is like, you can't look at every single outcome of the trade and then change just based on one outcome. Maybe long, like there's a reason why you take it off the table because there's a divergence, and maybe according to time. I personally, yeah, I'll take partials, profits, or put stop or break even at that point because that's a sign of a potential reversal. But if you're finding that over a period of a few trades, this keeps happening, and then it doesn't end up helping your bottom line, then that's when you have to adjust. But if it's just literally like you can't get shaken up over a loss or maybe a time where you trailed your stop a little bit too tightly and like who says that that was too tight? It's just because of that outcome. You can't be looking at the outcome for that one time and change your whole system, right? So it's just about feeling okay with it. Well, I longed here, dude. I longed here. I got stopped out immediately. I just like chuckled, laughed, and was like, I would take that again, which I would. And then what? We just dropped crazy. I said I wouldn't take this long, which is good. Dropped here. I've been waiting for this to potentially invert. We're not getting that at the moment. Yes, there's two stacked 1 minutes there. What about NASDAQ? No, it's fine. It's good. Because at that point, that's a humongous stop. Weekly candle looks bad now. Yesterday was looking good from that wick. Hmm. Real close to that low. Yesterday's low. I think this is an important low. If we like wick this and then drop again, then we're gonna probably, if we reject from here, we'll probably go down to previous day low. If we close above it, then I can see it's kind of maybe consolidating, then going back up to here. Someone wrote, I broke my computer, LOL. Richard Baker says there was some bearish challenger report that came in. It's confirming the market outside AI is not what. My Ninja Trader is working fine. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Wow, 212 said he made 11 points off an ES long. Somehow I'm still green on there. That's nice, dude. We're near that previous day low. Is it gonna tickle it? I was really hoping, dudes. I called this as equal lows. I was hoping we'd take them out, then invert this, and I go long. But hey, can't do anything if it doesn't confirm my long setup. Not my fault. It didn't want to wake up. Today's like the first down day. What are we down right now? Probably like 1.5, 1.66%. That was a good guess. See chat, what you guys up? What you guys up to chat? Someone said, let me ask AI what I should do. I don't know if that's a good idea. AI is just gonna repeat whatever you tell it to do. Like, it's a people pleaser.
So you have to make sure you know what you're asking it. Richard truncated something. Is not what. Yeah, Tanya, you had your thesis, it didn't materialize, you kept to your plan. Yeah, I kept to my plan. What are we gonna do? We didn't expect market to collapse like this. Well, it's not collapsing. I didn't expect it to be a down day. AMD's now down 7.6%. Tesla's down 3.6. Apple's still green, which is funny. Nvidia's down 2.4%. Nvidia, very interesting. Did it take out previous weekly low now? It's really close to its previous weekly low. Maybe that's what we need. A little sell-off. Hmm.
Hey, Tawny, good morning.
Hey, Stowe.
What's up? How you doing?
I'm good. Let me just open to see you. Where'd you at? Where you at?
Nothing to see.
Oh, there you
I'm
are.
just over here. I'm just over here.
How you like my jacket?
Sick. They gave us so much cool stuff. Um, I wear that I wear that thin hoodie a lot. I feel extremely cozy in that, but
Oh
I got
yeah.
I got my Fred Rogers sweater rocking today. It's cold. It's freezing here. How you doing up there? You guys cold yet or
Yeah, it's cold now. I think it's 40s. Yeah, 51. It's windy. That's what's crazy. It's really windy recently. Like wind gusts up to 30 miles an hour, making the temperature feel like 37. Wow.
Yes, yes. Well, I feel like I haven't seen you in 1,000 years. Because they took our Mondays away from us where we used to hang out for a
Oh,
second. And that was tournament day or whatever.
yeah. I think this Monday we'll be back on, right?
Sick. Cool. Yep. That should be good.
Check.
How'd you trade today? Anything cool
Sweet.
happen? This
Yeah,
thing
Monday. This Monday will be me and Jade Cap. Woohoo.
oh
Uh,
cool.
Dude, I was like, literally everyone was also bullish today. I was bullish. I tried to long all the way up here, and then I got stopped out. Like I literally entered here and got stopped out 1 minute later. And
Yep.
I'm happy for that. Rip off the bandage. Um, I noted that didn't want to long this, so I'm happy with that. But I didn't flip short, but hopefully I kept some people safe there. We had equal lows here. And then I was like, all right, maybe like we're gonna take this and inversion. Like just like no, none of my long setups were formed after that. Like I was like, oh, I'll
Yeah.
stop for long here. We just keep dropping like crazy. So I did the thing where you what you do, where I was like, I'm just gonna focus on longs. I think today could be an inside day, which by the way, we still are. We didn't hit previous day low yet.
Yep.
So I was like, oh, could be kind of rangy, so I'll just focus on longs and the longs just never didn't show up for me. And that's that. That's all I could do. What about you? Did you end up taking any shorts?
Yeah, I did magically.
Nice.
But don't worry, I took plenty of longs first. Um, yeah, same thought. I was just looking to, I don't know, this weird thing, whatever happened at 8:37, really pissed somebody off. Once we lost this London 30-second OR, I mean the selling got extremely violent below that. But I did manage to catch a long
8:37 or it's
like in the
Eastern?
morning, not the price. Sorry.
Yeah, like Eastern time?
Yeah, yeah. I don't know what it's this candle. Whatever happened here, this
Mm.
this changed a ton of stuff. Um, Coming into that, I mean, it was actually tricky because I checked this and then I went, I took the kid to the bus stop and then I went for a run and then I came back and I was like, oh wait, what the hell happened to my what the hell happened to my bullish day? Um, so I was planning to just, retrace back up here. And buyers were happy early in the morning, but
Hmm.
yeah, no, got smoked. I did catch a long down here when NQ got like the NQ 420 guy tried to save the world. And so I got in
Oh,
here.
what's that? That's like a level you probably have marked out.
Yeah, every 420 I look at it as stupid as it is.
It worked out, dude.
It did. Um yeah, and then and then I was done. I was just done with this account, got to my profit target. I'm in a bit of a wiggly drawdown the last couple weeks. It's not bad, but I'm churning. I'm kind of treading water right now. It's
Hmm.
not feeling great about my process, so I'm trying to hit a price target and just be done for the day. Try to bank some wins, get
Yeah,
some mental capital saved up.
honestly, it makes sense. Like yesterday, I traded the entire day basically, and afterwards, I'm happy if the morning was meh. I tried to scalp, and I learned I'm a terrible scalper. So the afternoon, I
That's not true.
thankfully redeemed myself. And then had a great afternoon. And then after that session was over, I was like talking to myself, just like just so tired.
Yeah.
Like, oh
No.
my goodness.
Yep.
I felt like a little crazy after yesterday. It's like, ooh, it's just like literally just la la la.
No, I know exactly what you mean. Yeah, it feels like your head's in a blender if you trade the entire day.
Yeah.
Yeah, I felt like that at the end of the day too. I gotta go like sit on my couch in silence with my cool blanket for like 30 minutes after. And
No,
it's
me too. Yeah. No,
yep.
exactly. And that's where I have to get it more on top of that. I do like to lay down on the couch just for 10 minutes, close my eyes, just like have zero stimulation. Because, right, just if you spent hours just watching candles print back and forth, you're overstimulated. And like, I just have be in a quiet place in a dark room or something is good.
Yep.
But I played the crossword instead. So I didn't, and that showed the rest of the day. I was just like, my mind was still in the blender. Yeah.
Did you see what they've done to our element beverage? They've turned it into a 12-ounce thing with half of the sodium and half the potassium and all the things. They changed the formula. I hate it. Look at this tiny
The
can.
powder thing? Or
No, no, but like the
the
soda can
soda?
itself, yeah.
No, wait, what? It looks way different now.
Yeah, so the pounder is gone. They added this lemonade flavor, which is good, so I'm happy about this.
I
But
like the lemonade flavor. I'm drinking the salty one. Yeah.
nice. But yeah, it's got half the stuff, so now I got to drink two of these things. So they figured out how to get like $8 out of me instead of four a day.
Dude, I buy the powder and then those cans are like for special treat for me. Like if I have
Okay,
a good
okay.
day and like a good workout, then yeah, that's like the carbonated ones, right? I just
Yeah,
stay
yeah.
simple. Yeah, I'll just add it to water. But damn, if they changed, no, I want to be salty.
That's what I'm saying. I
Much
like
salt.
the
Mm.
pounder, and now they got me into 12 ounces. It's like those tiny Corona cans. You know what I mean? It's
Oh,
that
it's
shape.
small.
Yeah, it's like Red Bull shape.
Mm. Mm-mm.
Man, they did not fill this gap. They left like 3 points down there. This is gonna drive me crazy if they don't fill that thing.
What's the gap?
It's like two. I mean, it's 287, and they got to 290. Might have to call that
Yeah,
filled.
like oh, okay, got you. Yeah, we previous day lows at 282. Um, I wonder if maybe Nasdaq will hit it. What does chat think? Will we hit previous day low?
I assume that's what they were trying to get
They're
to.
trying to get there, but it doesn't seem like it has the enough juice right now.
Yeah.
It might come back into like the 400 level and then drop from there if we can't invert here.
We got like, well, I think
I'm
Trump
sure
is
you have a massive
speaking
gap here, right? Let's
and
see.
two. Oh,
Um,
just a little baby guy
400s,
now.
386 to like 420. Is that a gap on your volume profile? I'm just wondering.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Here, let me get to NQ.
Yeah.
Yeah, this big red guy. Yep.
All right, cool.
Yeah,
That's
it needs to close. This won't be a single print until 11:30. So if they can get back to IB and trade this price again in this half-hour segment, then this won't be a confirmed single print. It just shows me it shows me the single print attempt, the developing single print, and then but yeah, it looks like they're still trying
that's
to.
like a 30-minute candle.
Yeah, yeah.
Ah,
So they're almost the same thing. There's a slight difference. I'm not sure what it is, but a 30-minute FVG is pretty much the same thing as a 30-minute single print,
all right, cool.
with a few exceptions.
All right. I'm glad. Oh, how's it going with you and like T trades
Oh,
um
he's dead to me.
his strategy?
I'm just kidding.
Dead to you, though.
No, you missed it. At in Naples, we went to the bar and Nick was short and I was long. And T was there. He was running through his candles. He's like, ah, yeah, Stowe's screwed. Nick, hold on to these runners. And
He's like that.
he
And it's
was,
funny, he'll just say it in like such a matter of fact way.
yep, he wasn't wrong.
You were trading on Friday, right? I mean,
Yeah,
Saturday.
yep,
Both
yep,
things actually, right?
yeah. No, so I think this was Thursday when everybody got there. We were just hanging out for lunch after we streamed.
Ah,
So
okay.
you might not have been in town yet.
No, no, I got there on Thursday, yeah. Um, yeah, because like New York has direct connections. So I got there on the same day.
That's
Um,
awesome.
yeah, I think that's very convenient. I got there in like 2 hours. I think other people did not have the same convenience.
No, I mean, even I had a worse flight than that. Um, it's hard to get from Pittsburgh to anywhere directly though. I just have to go to Charlotte every time. That's my spot. I don't know why it is, but they're like, yeah, well, got to go to Charlotte first. So I've gotten to know that airport pretty well. So that's something.
That's like the headquarters, like the base for I think wait, American Airlines.
Oh, okay.
I think.
Well, that's why I always fly. I always fly American.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah, it seems like we've been kind of going back and forth now for the last since 10:39, since 10:40, pretty much for the past 30 minutes. We've been in a 70-point range.
Yep.
It's an 80-point range.
It,
So
it would be sick if they make this low and get out of here. That would make me happy, but I don't know if that's going to happen today.
I think that would be cool. I mean, I was looking forward to some sort of reversal to long, and that just never transpired. So
Yep.
GG to the people that were trying longs today. I mean, hey, you gave it your best shot. The longs just could not last in today. Just the first day, I think we had like sustained downside for over an hour, you know?
Yeah. It was violent too. It was pissed.
Yeah, no, I kept like asking, like, hey, is there any news that just came out? I was like looking at the headlines and like I just didn't see anything. And
Me neither.
my girl said that there was nothing, and I'm like, oh, okay. And then this is really wild. It's not your typical day.
Yep.
So yeah, I'm gonna head out.
Okay.
Good luck
Well,
and good trading.
thanks, Tony. Good to see you. See you
Ciao.
next week.
Ciao.
Good morning. Good morning, chat. Why market down move? Great question. Asking the tough questions right out the gate. Why is the market down? Well, there were more sellers than buyers on this day. That's all I got for you. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, Drunk Radish. What's up, buddy? Good morning, Cooper. Hey, Omni. John Boy, good morning. Good morning. Flash Golden. I like that. That's a fun name. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Heats 007. Good morning. Good morning. Hey, Nick. What's up, homie? Dude, Nick, you got a hole for that gap close, baby. I don't know if they're going to close it. They're going to leave this like, you're going to leave these 3 points down here. Oh, it's going to drive me crazy if they do. I don't know what's going to happen, but it's going to be annoying. Yeah, Nick, 420 guy tried to save the world for a second, and it didn't happen. Poor guy. I feel for him. Somebody asked me a question before all these good mornings piled in here. Let me scroll back. Jacob, what's up, buddy? Jacob says, still I have a question about trading prop accounts with intraday trailing drawdown. Is there a change of size or trailing stops you implement to help until you reach the buffer? I don't trade any prop accounts with an intraday trailing drawdown. I think that is possibly the most maniacal invention of all time. We did an interview with Kane about lots of stuff last night, and he talked about that too. Yeah, Jacob, I don't have anything for you. I think that in the prop world, there are so many good options without an intraday trailing drawdown that you shouldn't need to worry about that. You can trade with a ton of reputable places that have good reputations that don't have an intraday trailing drawdown. An intraday trailing drawdown was invented by a true psychopath is my only explanation for that thing, because it is the most evil invention in all of trading. It does not reflect reality at all. It actually punishes good trading behavior. So that's my little speech about that. So my advice, just don't do it, man. Don't do it because you don't need to. Anyways, straight into the rant. Booyah. Leaking blob. Yes, I have had some trades today. We will go over them in a moment. Just give everybody a chance to get in here and say good morning. You know what I mean? Come on in. Oh yeah, Anthony. I've used Pax's 30-second opening range thing. I don't have it on here. Actually, I put it on here and then it got kicked off when I had to redo my book. But I have the 30-second opening range on. You know, I always have. So I just math out. I've always used the 30-second opening range, not specifically the same way that Pax does, but I mean close. It's a pivot. But his idea about the extensions is cool, and I've started to take note of those things too. So, but I just do the math. So I'll just be like, all right, we opened it. I mean, so if we were leaving the top of, I don't know, the bottom of the 30-second OR is like 68.11. So I'll just subtract 15 and be like, okay. We're probably looking at like, okay, 95-ish first spot, take some profit. And then like you can see kind of resold off of here too. So yeah, but the indicator is cool. You should use it. It's free. Andy, there's lots of prop firms without trailing drawdowns. Lucid Trading is one for sure. You can use them. You can look up a bunch of other people. Whatever you want to do. It's a free country, as they say. But just when you go through prop plans, just make sure you're looking for end of day trailing drawdown, and that is the most That's the closest to actual trading simulation that you're going to be able to find. Yeah, see, I mean, chat, you can chime in too if you want. But yeah, there's lots. There's also lots of websites that help you compare prop firms too. So you can just like, there's really no, I mean, the amount of information that exists out there and that can help you find your way in this space is so much different than it was years ago for me. So everybody's got their own preference. So you just got to find yours. Sandy asks, where do I recommend to get started to learn footprints and order flow? As far as order flow, you can go to paintingthetape.net, and we have a ton of free education stuff up on there that we've made and we'll continue to make. I don't know if there's any footprint stuff. XY's playbook is going to be out on up on the website on Sunday, barring any unforeseen weirdness. I think he probably talks about footprint a bit in there. There's also a very good blog that's free on a website called Trading Riot. There's a very good footprint article on there that I read a very long time ago, and that was very informative for me. So you can probably just do you probably just Google Trading Riot footprint blog, and that will pop up. And it doesn't cost any money, so you can check it out. Lisa, Pax's indicator is on ninjatrader.com. Producers, can you maybe hit that link? Throw that link in there for Lisa. I think if you go to Pax's Twitter, he's got it linked in his bio also. I think. I might be making that up. I think this is going to 67.50. I think they're going to get down here. I think they're going to fill this. They're going to fill this little 3-point remainder gap. A lot of weird liquidity games on ES today. A bunch of big dudes getting filled for sells. Oh, that's true, McNazzy. Yes. Someone made Pax's 30-second OR in TradingView for free as well. You can go through Pax's tweets and find that. He did tweet that. So there you go. Thank you, folks. Thank you, Sav. I assume it's Sav. Just kind of playing this waiting game here with NQ. It's like right here. This is where they need to go. Almost. You still can't do it? Come on, man. Look at this stupid low. Ridiculous. Do not bounce off of this. Criminal. I think ES at least made a decent low there. If it holds. Ridiculous. Oh, hey, I like that level 2, Mr. Josh. Yep, I got 43. I think I got 43.50. So I'm going to front run you a touch if we get to it. Doesn't go easy. That's the problem. I mean, this is why it's very hard to stay short. Okay, here's something. Here's something I'm not going to do today. This is something that I've noticed that I get stuck in, and this can maybe help you too. I have, ideas, high time frame ideas. A lot of those high time frame ideas are, based around like gaps, stuff. So like we have this gap. It's been sitting here for 1,000 years. On Sunday, we came down here and hit this gap and bounced off of it, but it's still open if it doesn't close in RTH, right? So it has 3 points left down here to fill. Uh, what I want to do is I want to fill that gap. I want that. My ego wants that.
We call them the core.
OCD wants that. I want that gap to be gone so it can leave my screen and disappear. Now, being short into a target sucks for a lot of reasons. Unlike being long into a target, you don't find yourself getting squeezed out of longs. You don't get downside squeezes out of longs because longs are more rewarded than shorts in the market, right? But trying to stay short into a target is more challenging. That's why I'm not as good at it, right? What I want to do right now is I want to press short into this 3 points. How ridiculous is that? But that's what my trader brain is telling me to do. So what I'm not going to do is that, because every time I try to do that, because it's me putting my own expectations into the market, not the actual market. It's not based on, good TA or good order flow reading. It's not based on anything. It's just based on my own dumb brain. So for that reason, I'm not pressing this short into a baby 3 points left of this gap. Why are longs more rewarded comparing to shorts? It's not that they're more rewarded. They just get bailed out a lot more often because the market goes up. It's designed to go up. It's not designed to go down. So
Construction
when
of
you're short, you're inherently fighting with the norm. Yes, woo, filled it. Let's go. Oh, it's happening. Let's go. I'm not going to buy it or anything, but it does make me feel better that it's gone. Oh, woo. Oh, we can check that one off. Check that one off the TISM calculator. There's still a bunch of dudes at 67.50. I got 67.53 down, or like I said, that 67.43 spot. So yeah. Let's see what it's gonna do. It's kind of slowed right down, like there's news here or something. That's weird. Very weird. Odd. Very, very interesting change in the whole texture of everything. Everything just slowed way down. Huh. Yeah, this is weird. Yeah, go get that 50 guy, please. That would be good. They're definitely selling into this 90 pretty hardcore. That's so weird. There you go. Splash. Okay, we got 50. Still pressing. Okay. Think I pick the speed back up now, or there's also the London close. A bunch of resting liquidity. There's nobody down there at the 40s. This is also, okay, here's actually a really good example of why I use volume-based candles. Like, did you see them all slow down? Like out of nowhere? So so we were all in a vibe. It was vibing. Speed was vibing. Everything was vibing. And then all of a sudden, the vibe changed. Did you feel it? I mean, it doesn't mean it's going to bounce from here or anything, but definitely means something happened. Yeah, I'm going to chill and watch this. We'll see what this London close wants to do. $285 was the gap. Excuse me. Okay. 2 minutes to the close. I don't really see anybody doing anything different. I mean, we're back above the 50 guy. We lifted a ton of offer there. We kind of rejected 55 though. This double distribution on NQ is a lot nicer than what ES has going on at the moment. ES is kind of building a tail down here, but not getting out of it. Yeah, we'll need the 300 sellers to back off. So I'm watching here. So this is passive dude. So they're trying to bid out of this, and they're lifting this offer here. So they need to get through, I guess, 305 and keep lifting. Okay. I mean, they got a ways to go to get out of here. But that filled the gap. What's ES doing? Still no, okay. Bid. Okay, so this is an extremely bearish day, right? Violent moves down. And we have built volume down here, right? So when that happens, the context can change for sure. So let's not rule it out. It's not out of the realm of possibility. But we need to see like more than just a bounce. Because a bounce, that doesn't mean anything to me on a day that's been this violent down. I need to see, we need to get out of the +1, which is sitting at 341. We need to stay above this. We need to stay above these buyers here. Keep them rewarded. Otherwise, this was just a squeeze off the gap fill. Also, London closed. So, it could have just been, they just come in, cover. Yeah, it's still looking like it's selling. We'll come back. Okay, test the 310. There's buyer there still. Okay. Okay. Maybe. I mean, you don't want to hope for a Christmas miracle, but it could be setting up. But we got a long a long way to go. Long, long, long way to go. How big of a day is this? Holy Moses. Okay, so we got 408 points on NQ. I got 72 down. Okay, on ES. Those are pretty big. Those are pretty big moves. There's going to be, yeah, there's a seller. He's definitely stepping back in now. Keep looking, keep looking, keep looking. Yeah, just passive guy here again, too. These 20s. Yeah, no, it's no good. Not yet, anyway. Bristol. No, I'm not doing anything, Shep. Nope. Nope. Certainly not. I don't. Yeah. I mean, it bounced. It filled the gap and bounced. So we got that. We have that context in our minds. But that's not a time for me to put a trade on. I need more. I need more than that. I need to get out of this -1. I need to see like a sustainable bid show up. So like above this for sure. So this we're gonna do rotation stuff to get out of this. This is it's gonna look like good price action. Right now, what it looks like it did is it just squeezed off of a gap fill. A bunch of robots filled the gap and they're like, all right, cover. Let's get out of there. And then we went up here and we found this seller that has been just parked here. And that's what's happening for now. So this dude's still up here selling. If this low holds, that's good. It means we're going to rotate out of this. But again, we need to see a higher high. Otherwise, this thing is just like, it's just pointing. Everything is pointing straight down. So for those reasons, hands off at the moment. ES is just kind of putzing around here. Let me see if there is anybody 43. Anybody down there? No. No weird, no big liquidity parked anywhere on ES. So that has at least stopped happening. So that's good because that was annoying. Okay, just filled a dude at 300 there. So you see what happens when we get back to a price in that. So the other side of that auction happened at 300 there. So yeah, the seller still selling. This guy is so mad now. Yeah, he's even madder that he got squeezed off. Yeah. Ugly. Ugly business. Oh, we fell off the screen. Yeah. So let's go back over that again. Filled the gap. Buyers showed up. Was not real. The other important thing about this, when I say like buyers showed up, sellers, whatever, the thing about market orders is they're not just for people entering positions, they're also for people exiting positions. So like there's a market order. So imagine you're short all the way down into this gap fill. Imagine that you've got 50 lots. You're a bank. You're short down into this gap fill. When you get to the gap fill and you exit those positions, those are going to cross the spread and hit the offer, because if you buy to close something, you are exiting, right? So you're buying something even though you're getting back to a position of zero. So when a bunch of people cover at a price, it makes the market go up because these are bids. And I mean, this is going to be diabolical if they got, oh, they didn't quite get to 43. Evil. But so that's why it's important to wait for actual context shifts as opposed to just reversals. And that's also why I made these VWAP rules, that's important. So yeah. Another sapien says capitulation low. No, no, I don't think that was capitulation. I've never seen what I've been showed as proper capitulation, but like that's just a word people throw around. There's no need to say that word out loud. I mean, there's still a bunch of people getting filled down here and a bunch of people selling. So no, this is just a trend down day. Look at the whole thing. There you go. For now, this is a trend down day. Opening drive down, retest. This seller here at, I don't know, 670, whatever, got super mad. We spent all this time outside of the -2. Like, this is aggressive selling. Then here we are, 420 guy tries to save the universe. He saves it all the way back to RTH VWAP, and then we puke back down. So this is liquidation. Then market auctions around a little bit, and then another liquidation, and then market auctioned around a little bit, build this node, and another liquidation. So I don't think that's a capitulation low. Actually, I don't want to say that word. But yeah, I don't know. It's not, it could be a good low, but I can't buy it down here. It would be ridiculous. Heat says, do you want a short or long from here? No, I'm not. Yeah, no, neither. This is not a good place for me to initiate at all. Let's look at the big guy. We'll get the big chart going. All right. Let's switch to NQ. Okay. Let's look at this. Oh, nice. Oh, we did finally make it to the previous month VWAP right here. That's cool. Yeah, just to give you an idea, we are still way up there from where we were in September. I mean, look at this. We're down here at 23,300. Like, so as the emotions of a down day get processed and everybody gets in their feelings about the world ending and this is a bubble and blah, blah, blah. Just keep in mind, we also traded here like 3 weeks ago. So this is not that weird. Markets go down, markets go up. It's an auction. It's going to be okay. IBL stands for initial balance low. And the initial balance is the first 1 hour session. So let me get back to that. All right. So here is the IB high. Can't see it because it also says opening range high. IB high, IB low. This range is the first hour of trading. I don't, guys, a lot of you are trying to catch this low. I'm not saying that it's not going to exist, but like, just don't. There's no reason to plug into this until you see price action move off of like this. Someone is buying this, but someone is selling this right here, like a bajillion lots going down here at 250. This is also the previous month VWAP, and it could bounce here for sure, or it could keep going down. So just wait, man. You don't have to grab the knife. You can get if this rotates up and makes a higher high above this, we can start to talk about it. And I'll put a VWAP on it and we can have a conversation. But look at all these lows. They tried to hold this all these times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And all these buyers, toast. Thankfully, I wasn't one of them today. All right, cool. Look at it go. This is what we're talking about when we talk about delta and that you need to see the market reaction. This is a huge buyer for NQ. This is a very large passive bid right here at 250. What happens after that dude gets filled? Nobody knows, because there is no way to understand somebody else's positioning because you're not that person. So you don't know what these bids are doing, what this resting bid is up to, or how many sellers there are, and if there are more sellers than buyers. So there were more sellers than buyers there. So we got through that passive bid and price went further down. So anybody trying to lean on 250, they just got knocked down to 220. And I assume that nobody's using a 40-point stop loss. So that was not a good place to initiate. But now we've got somebody showing up. And if we make a higher high here, we can put a VWAP here and we can go back to our daily context and see if there's a good spot to make a trade. But yeah, don't catch the knife. I can't believe I'm saying this. Don't catch the knife. You guys all turned into degen buyers. Normally my chat's filled with bears all times. Tell me I'm an idiot for buying every high. What a weird what a weird dichotomy. Did they change my chat? Did we switch? Did you swap my chat with Canes or something? Where are my normal people? Yes, how the turntables turned. I didn't switch, man. I just can't buy this right here. I wanted to buy. I wanted to buy it. I wanted this. Okay, this is what I was going to do. We filled the gap, found a buyer, rotated back down, and what we needed to do was get back up here. But this was not a real buyer. I mean, I'm sure they were real, but I don't mean that buyers are fictional in any way, but you know what I mean. Now we're stuck down here under this guy. So yeah. Oh, sure. No problem, Atlantic. I'm just here chilling. Just here chilling till noon. And I'll be back this afternoon too. Thank you, Shreddy. I'm glad. All right. I can't buy it yet, man. I can't. I mean, we're like, I don't know. Let me switch back to yes. Also, if it's like, you remember, I've said this many times about usually what people say on the internet is a reflection of what they would like to say to themselves. When I say over and over again, I can't buy this yet, it's just to make sure that I don't, just so you know. So this is my inner monologue saying, don't. This is why you shouldn't. Please don't. Look at all this sell that's been rewarded right here on ES. Yikes. Hey, Flight here. Good morning, brother. Now, Flight here is somebody I will not have to talk out of buying this thing. RMS says this could get really nasty. I mean, anything could happen. Again, these are prices that were traded 3 weeks ago. It's not the end of the world. Also, you don't have to trade it. You can just wait for this to be your day type. If this is not your day type, like, don't force it. Yeah, and I see now we're jammed below 43. So there's still like, it's impressive, honestly. It's this passive offer, like following it down for here now. Look at that. Left this. This is really good breakdown stuff. Okay, let's look at this. All right, so big liquidation.
Vale, así
I
está
caught all of
bien.
none of this, by the
Es
way.
que me da un poco
If
de
anything, I probably got lucky
vergüenza.
that I hit my price target right here and was like, okay, I'm done. Okay, so big liquidation off VWAP. And then we based, it's a little clearer on ES here, but we built this volume. This is how you can, use a volume profile. This delta's reset since then, but you can look at this. This is building volume. And this is what we talk about when we say auction market theory, right? Like the market is an auction. A bunch of sellers decided that the market was too expensive up here at, what did it get to? Yeah, 6,800. So it got to 6,800 and a bunch of people said, this is way too expensive. And a bunch of buyers were not able to back up their claim that this was not too expensive. So sellers won and we liquidated, good God, 35 points, right? And then the market got to another place where it had a conversation. Buyers were like, hey, maybe this is a good price now. How do you feel about this? And sellers were like, maybe. Not too bad. Good price. Good price. Everybody's happy here. So we sit here in a 10-point range. Buyers and sellers have a conversation. And again, sellers are like, nope, still too expensive. Sellers take it down. So now we have this next stare down of all of these bids, all of these lows are here. And you see, like once it washed out, it went back inside and then broke back down again. So these are all little microstructure things that, this is how I watch the market all day, and this is what you look for. And then I use the delta volume profile to identify, where passive where sellers and buyers are showing up. So right now, we lifted a bunch of offers here. So this is somebody trying to bid out of this. Yeah, maybe they will finally get out of it. Maybe. I mean, they got a ways to go. $11.51. But I wouldn't, yeah, I wouldn't count on this being, a reversal until it shows signs that the context is changing. Does that make any sense? I hope that makes sense. Yeah, Fly here says 280. Yeah, same. So this is a good, great, awesome point, bro. And thanks for being in here and contributing. I really do appreciate you. I don't know if I've told you that lately, but I just want to make sure you know that. So, same theory here. This is a conversation that sellers won ultimately. And now they're having a new conversation down here. So what Fly here I think is saying is they need to see this conversation down here won by buyers to get into this long. Jim,
Stowe,
what's up, brother? How are
man?
you?
Pretty good, man. Can't complain.
Good. Let me turn my Zoom on so I can see what you're up to.
I've got my terrible towel. I'm ready for you this afternoon. You're coming back this afternoon with Leo, right?
Yes, sir. You know
Nice.
it. Double Stowe Thursday. Like it or not.
We got to definitely talk to the marketing people about that. Stowe squared.
Stowe squared. I think if we reject this 80, it's just gonna keep dying all day.
Oh, wait till you see my edge report. You're gonna go to the bomb shelter, man.
Okay, cool.
I mean, sorry to say it.
Did the Ponzi get uncovered today, and everybody realized that AI is not actually as powerful as people thought it was?
I don't know about that. I think that I don't know about that. I don't know. Bitcoin's getting killed. Bonds are rallying like crazy. The long end's up a handle, which no one expected.
Whoa. Okay.
Gold is hovering south of 4,000. All the metals are down. Yeah, there's some doom and gloom out there, man.
I thought it was pretty weird that OpenAI asked for government backing. I feel like that was a pretty big canary, and I don't care about any of this macro stuff, but that definitely made me go, okay, fair enough.
Yeah, but how much of that? I mean, if you go back in history,
Okay.
the automakers did the same thing. The airlines did the same thing. Industries over the many decades always go for bailouts or backups. But this one was just a little bit more conspicuous because that, this is the spotlight story of the year.
Okay, fair enough.
But still, though, I hear you, man. It was not. It did not make a lot of people warm and fuzzy. That's for sure.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if the government, if they're bailouts, you might as well ask for them, right? Can't hurt.
Yeah. Can't hurt. I know. I'm still befuddled. I mean, I use ChatGPT for spell checking. That's the extent of my skill. Every time I ask them some kind of, to get data on an economic trend or something like that, it's wrong half the time.
Yeah. No, I'm not very good at using it. Yeah, we rejected that 280.
There we
Oh
go.
boy, this seller is so mad. What time is it? 11:55.
It's funny, Mike Burke. I will do that, Mike Burke. I'm going to do something for Mike Burke. Oh man. Anyway, all right. Well, listen, I'll see you this afternoon. Are you on tomorrow or no?
I don't think so. I think I'm off
Okay.
Friday.
Okay. All right. So actually, I won't see you this afternoon. I'll see you. Shai's going to do all the dirty work this afternoon. So I'll see you
Okay.
on next week. So you have a great weekend, man.
All right, brother. You too. I'll see you soon.
All right.
All
All
right.
right.
Thank you, chat. See you in a bit.
All right. Let's launch into it. All right. This is E-mini S&P. Now, I have a 30-minute chart. So remember, my point of view, my chart's going to look different than Stowe's. It's going to look different than Tanya's. It's going to look different than everybody's because I'm doing 30-minute candles, kind of a big picture view here. But this is interesting. I mean, literally, when the right before the bell rang, initial balance started. We kind of sold back off to the point of what was the point of control, right? And that before the bell rang, it was 68.14. And then, look what happened. Boom, big sell off, a pause. Initial balance is over. Another huge sell-off, probably on Goolsby or some others folks speaking, and there's going to be a lot more of that going on. Pause, another sell-off. This is looking one of these days. It's going to be a down day. It's going to be a trend down day. Again, it's what it's looking like. I could be wrong, but look at that VWAP. It's just about vertical. Look at the VWAP first and standard deviation bands, just about vertical. So if I come down, it's like, all right, where is this going to stop? Or what's the potential target, I should say? If this continues, we have that put support level 6,700 in S2. It's not unreasonable to get there today. So don't think it can't go any lower. I mean, on the day, we're down 85. We've been down triple digits before as well. So that's going to be my target right now until some narrative changes. And again, I don't know what kind of news is coming up. I think the president might be speaking. But remember, what could possibly be good news to help turn this thing around? Right now, I think the bigger narrative here, and I'm going to show this really quickly. This is the Fed funds tool, and this is saying, hey, there's only a 28.9% chance that we're going to be at the same Fed funds rate. And I like to look at this backward. And then go down to January. There's only an 18.7% chance that we're going to be at the same Fed funds rate as we are today, and then so on and so forth. It kind of tapers down to 1%.
Ánimo, sonríe
So
un
what does
poquito.
that mean? You just go to the next column.
Eh.
71% chance of will be between 350 and 375, 56 between 350 and 75, 42.2 between 350 and 75. So this is definitely telling us the market is anticipating way less cuts in the future than originally, at least, I don't know, a month ago, than we thought a month ago. So that's part of this as well. That might be the main part of this instead of AI. So interest rates are everything. This thing is crashing. Let's go to the Treasury bonds. This is another market that really is a good tell. I'm going to go to a daily chart first. We have an equal and opposite going on so far. Yesterday, huge sell-off in bonds. Say big rally. And if this daily candle ends the way it is, it's almost a perfect equal and opposite. In other words, the bodies of the candle are the same size, and they're big candles, and one of them's red, one of them's green. That is actually a bullish sign for tomorrow. But we can close anywhere. I'm not saying we're done yet, but we're bumping up against that 80 MA, and then the 21 is next, and then we have some targets above as well. Intraday, again, we have that high vol target and that 0 DTE high vol target at 117.16. And then above that, we have previous session's highs, 117.28, and then above that, Jack's 3 at 118. So again, look at this. This buying frenzy started at the 830 candle, and it has not let up. So sellers are not involved. Although there's a point of control that's established that's fairly prominent at 117.08. Should we get a pullback down? That could be a good target. Remember, this is a $31.25 tick. It's a big contract. It's a big tick size per contract. Keep that in mind if you're trading it. Be careful. Let's go to the Bitcoin real quick. I know we're out of time, but hang on a second. Give me a couple seconds here. Bitcoin's doing the opposite, equal and opposite, right? Big green candle yesterday, big red candle today. This is super bearish. We got that area support here. Every time we get into it, we do have buyers. We do have buyers. We'll see if it holds. I mean, if it chips away at that floor enough times, it's going to break through. Right now, we have S1 as a target at almost at 100,500, and then that put support level at 100,000. Those are going to be big targets should this thing still sell off. Previous session's low, 992.70. So a lot of targets on the downside for the Bitcoin for the rest of the today. That is this morning's Edge Report. We'll be back 2:30 East Coast time. We have Leo the Big Cat and Stowe going to be trading the close. Shai's going to be here with her news and hot commodities report. And I will not be. So I will see you guys Friday morning, tomorrow morning, bright and early, 8 a.m. Member Pax is going to be here for Capital Preservation Friday. It's going to be awesome. In the meantime, enjoy your lunch, relax. Hopefully, we'll see you this afternoon. Thank you for being here.
Vientos, valedor. Está
Good afternoon, traders. Welcome to Ninja Trader Live. I'm Tracy Schuchart, senior economist, and here are the headlines while we were away. We had Fed's Hammock speaking while we were away. She said she doesn't see elevated inflation as purely transitory. Expect unemployment to rise in the coming months, but expect faster economic growth to bolster jobs in 2026, and it's not obvious monetary policy should do more at this time. She is a non-voter, but she is a hawk and highly regarded by Powell, so notable when she speaks. And then, of course, maybe it was a coincidence, but we did have markets bounce when Fed's Moran was speaking, and he said, I expect we will cut in December. I want to get to the neutral rate in 50 basis point increments. A lot of my colleagues want 25 basis points, but he wants 50, but not 75, he said. 50 is okay. We did see the market bounce as he was saying this, so it could be a coincidence. Next, we had Meta, ByteDance, Alphabet, and Snap are going to face trial over claims that they have designed their social media platforms to addict youth. A judge ruled, clearing a way for the first of thousands of cases to be presented to juries. This has been a long time running, and I guess this is moving forward. When this news came out a little bit earlier, we did see a pullback in all of these names in their stocks, as well as others, but these got hit a little bit harder. When we have, obviously, stock got hit as job jitters spark a Treasury rally. So we did have that Challenger gray job cuts this morning. We talked about that a little bit. It was over 153,000, the largest in 20 years. So that did spook the markets a little bit today. Next, we have Nancy Pelosi is going to retire from Congress after nearly 40 years at the end of her term in January 2027, I guess, if she makes it that far. So if you're following the Nancy portfolio tracker on X, that looks set to end in 2027, so get your trades in now. Then we had Donald Trump speaking today. His initial announcement was about lowering the cost of obesity drugs for Medicare patients, Medicaid patients, opening the door for millions more to get access to those drugs. He also talked a little bit about tariffs, obviously, and the Supreme Court decision, saying that a negative Supreme Court decision on tariff case would be devastating for the U.S., highlighting the importance of tariffs and noting that U.S. investments could exceed $21 trillion this year. U.S. Trade Representative Jamieson Greer said the court's ruling could come by the end of 2025. And the plaintiffs might be entitled to refunds depending on the outcome. So anybody expecting this decision to come anytime soon, it may come by the end of 2025. So, that's 6 weeks from now, 7 weeks from now. Next, and Trump also said we need a game 2 plan if the Supreme Court case doesn't go well. They sort of already have that in the works. And we have shockingly, the U.S.-China trade deal to ease rare earth controls kind of hits a snag over the scope of this. Discrepancies have emerged over the details of China's agreement with the U.S. to pause rare earth export restrictions, with Washington saying that past controls will be eliminated. Beijing has not confirmed that this is a condition that they will meet. And last but not least, we have, and don't shed a tear for these people, there's a private jet pileup inconveniencing tech titans flying to Lisbon. So there is there's a big summit called the Web Summit in Lisbon, and they have advised all of the speakers of these big tech CEOs that there's going to be a shortage of slots at the nearby airport, which is struggling to manage the volume of incoming aircraft. And it seems these CEOs are up in arms about this. And with that, I will hand it off to Nick and Stowe for Trade the Close.
Thank you, Tracy.
What's up,
Wow.
guys?
So much awesome stuff there. Let's all raise a glass to the greatest stock trader of all time.
Yes.
I hope Nancy Pelosi really enjoys her retirement. I don't know. She's got enough leaps to last her at least until
Oh yeah, she's good. Generational
leaps.
trades right there for her career. So, pour one out. There'll never be another one like her.
I guess pour some out for the billionaires and the private jets too.
Yeah, I
This
mean,
is good.
it's tough. It's tough being out there.
Tracy came in speaking my language today. That was nice. Yeah. Well, how are you
All right.
doing, Nick?
I mean,
Good to see you, bud.
I'm good to see you too. We're back, guys.
We're back.
You're stuck with us again this afternoon, but at least it's been a more eventful trading session. In fact, this is probably one of the better two-way tapes we've had in some time, if I'm being honest.
Yep.
Plenty of opportunities today to find a decent trade and kind of walk away, or potentially just be sitting at your desk and trading this all day. I feel like this was a day that you could have probably done that if you wanted to.
Yep. It's true. I finally am in this. I'm finally in a I feel okay about it. It's doing things a little too cleanly and organized. So I'm paranoid. So that probably means it's gonna work fine. I don't know. Are you trying to catch continuation, or what are you reading right now?
This is a spot where I could see us reoffering a bit. Yeah, if not, we're probably going to head back up towards 6796 and maybe make a run at, some of that MGI from yesterday. So we'll see. I don't have high expectations. Afternoon after a big move, who knows where we go from here. So, but I had a good morning. I caught the short kind of off the opening range and paper handed it, of course. But, I'm getting better because I saw what I did wrong in theory of how I could have been holding this and why I could have been holding this, potentially adding to it on the way down.
Yeah.
So we live and we learn. Sometimes you get a little excited. And how many times have I tried to hold a short or like even put a stop at break even, and then bears and sellers just absolutely get punched in the face, let me down, and I get stopped out, trailed out at break even or for a couple points. So
yeah, it's just a short thing. It's not. I tried to explain that this morning too. I was like, you got like holding for short continuation and holding for long continuation, two totally different ball games.
Yeah.
You don't get squeezed down off of short. Like,
no, it tends to happen fast.
Yeah.
Or you're in trouble. And when it doesn't go fast is when I start getting nervous.
Same. Yes. Well, they had this like, oh man, look at that mid trade. It's beautiful.
Oh, it was amazing. On NQ gave you two shots.
Yeah.
ES was one clean one, and you could have just rode that like I did. I got in a little late, which is probably why I kind of panic sold for about 15 points. Not panic sold, but trailed myself out basically.
Panic sold.
I was like, it's going to come back. It's going to come back, and we're going to go back to the all-time high today. That's what's going to happen.
Man, yeah, that's beautiful. And then also, this was also testing the +1. That's good work. Very good work. Anytime that the RTH Open like doesn't really get seen again, that's a big clue that trend is going to happen in opposite direction. We got the gap fill, which was good. I thought they were gonna pull up right in front of it for a second. Where was it? I think it was down here. It was two. Yeah, this.
Yeah,
part
they
here.
left that like 280s. They almost like just walked away from it, and I was like, if they do that, are you kidding?
Yeah.
I wasn't even in a trade at that point, but I was like kind of looking to potentially long, and I'm like, I can't long until we gap fill. Like, there's no play to long this until gap fill. At this point, granted, I missed that first like 420 long that would have paid very nicely, very quickly too.
Yeah,
on NQ.
That's what I mean. That's where I was done with my day, which probably saved my ass today for sure. I got long in here at like 75 ish, and I got paid on this super fast. That's also when I get when I get paid on a long really quick like that. That also puts my head on a swivel too, because I'm like, ugh, that's a little too fast.
Right.
Was that a squeeze? So yeah. But then and then it just nuked itself. As soon as I got out of VWAP, and it was just like,
I wonder if we're about to nuke right here.
no, we got to at least get to 6790 first.
I mean,
These are
420
the
guys
rules.
is still here,
Yeah.
as is tradition.
Did you see there was a 410 guy that filled like 500 lots down there too.
Yeah, there was a couple weird things on the tape today. Yes, like there was that like spoofing 1,000 lot guy
Yep.
that got filled on some of them a few times. And then NQ, there was somebody that puked like 700 on like the first like violent puke down on like a low, and we kind of bounced like 30 points off of it. And then that person either got absolutely run over or something happened. I don't know. There was a few of those like large orders that came in on the way down that kind of shook me out of my short.
Yeah.
Just because how many times do we see those big players come in and then 10 seconds later NQ's 60 points higher?
Yeah. I mean, I always get out when I see ridiculousness like that, just because it's like, okay, let's let Mr. Big Shot do whatever he's got to do, and then I'll figure out where price is going from here.
Absolutely. Hey, Job.
Hey, Job. Afternoon, my friend.
How did everyone do today? I'm actually curious because this is
chat.
about as fun of a trading day that I usually have, where you can really play both sides of the tape and make a good amount of money, capture a lot of points without having to oversize. So I'm curious how everyone did. This is potentially was a simple read, but I know sometimes buying the dip you get rewarded from it. So a day like today, you were absolutely punished if you were trying to do that too early, which is why Stowe was telling everybody, for the love of God, do not catch this knife at 6740s right now, as we were just moving lower.
Yeah, I really had to preach today. That was weird.
Seemed like everybody was like, why are you not long?
Shab's in here. I said hi to Shab in a long time. Hello, Shab. I told Shab she has to come hang out with me this summer in Vegas for the World Series of Poker. And she had to Google what WSOP was, but once she figured it out, she's in. No, nobody knows what that is other than nerds.
Apparently, I do, but I guess I have poker friends. I guess,
and
I've made more becoming a trader because they are correlated in some capacity.
Yep.
So here we are. We are liquidating a little bit back down here. 420 guys still was there.
This makes sense. Okay, this makes a little more sense. We'll go down. We'll chill on this balance. Close down here.
Yeah, I tried getting short once we kind of failed back up here to take out 420, and I got stopped out on this. So I'm sitting on my hands for a hot second.
Oh, nice. The chat looks like it did well.
Good job, guys.
Nomadic said great day. Jim. Hey, Mr. Scalpert. Afternoon.
Hey, Jim. I think I saw you call this move down today to RTH take out the gap.
Ooh.
I believe I saw you make a very brilliant idea that this could possibly happen if we lost a certain level. So shout out to you, sir.
Mr. Scalpert with the market call. Good job. Not surprising.
I'm not saying a call if it was a true call, if he was like giving a possible scenario that was likely to happen if we lost something. But good for him.
Some weirdness on NQ now here at 380. I mean, you got to get back in this is all right. Number one, I'm going to close this. This is obviously done bouncing. Switching NQ. This is, look at this ridiculous. Are we going to leave this whole guy down here? That would be crazy.
Oh, they're trying again. I'll hold the eye below on ES.
I'm good.
I'd be interested to see like what happens if we come back to like the top of that early consolidation in NQ, like 370s. But I don't know if we lose and fail on this another attempt to kind of get back into initial balance, then we could be returning much lower again.
My thought, yeah. So I have the same thought. So we got these. Look at this ridiculous. It's so funny.
It's
Okay,
nasty.
yes. So look at 375, the amount of times that this has held. Um, and we've retested it twice. It's just so weird to leave all of that, to leave the main node. I mean, it's got to be really bullish coming off of this if that's what it's trying to do. I mean,
Like
which is possible.
Yeah, it's got to just send it. Like ES back to 96.
Jab, you are just as cool as me, for sure. I don't know about Nick. Nick's pretty cool,
I
but
don't
you're
know
at
about that.
least as cool as me.
I'm pretty boring.
Real life living. Hmm. Maybe. Nah, I don't know. I'm good. I'm good. This is fine. I'll leave this be.
I mean, I don't really want to long it right here.
I don't want to short it either.
Yeah.
I might have better opportunity on NQ. I'm trying to look at this. I mean, the ES low is, I guess, fine. It's not the worst low of all time.
Yeah. I just kind of I wanted to see it take out like 28, 26 area. But we didn't get that opportunity.
It was NQ's fault, honestly. When it was down here, right here, there was some 230 bid that would not stop reloading. It
If
just
everyone, I mean, I know everyone has short-term memories, but this 200 to 300 spot in the 25K range on NQ was very sticky for a number of sessions where we
Yep.
were kind of ping-ponging off. I think that exact spot that Stowe's talking about, like that 220s, 230s area, there was someone kind of clearly using it as themselves as a pivot between, they were offering there or rebidding there, depending on which side of the tape we were on. So clearly, larger players still exist somewhere down there.
Yeah, this freaking thing. This is when the dude was partying, and you could tell, like, whenever I get if anybody has the Delta Map stuff and uses it too, whenever I see a bunch of stuff this back and forth like this in a tiny like 20 30 point range, this is some big two-way tape down here, and that's what was happening. This 230 spot was just like, you can see it on the DOM. It was just like reload, and then finally they were like, all right, we've tried enough.
Yeah. Hey, Nick Stowe, what's your handy / faster way to add or reduce lots during a trade? So I'm a bad person to ask because I tend to be all in, all out, not out of fear, but out of just the way I've constantly been. I've had to trade to survive for the last couple of years. So for me, just taking money off the table and shutting the computer down and capturing income was my goal. But lately, now that I kind of know what I'm doing, I've been trying to allow things to play out and watching other traders add to winners is something I'm trying to get more effective at. So I'm still working on it. I don't have a good answer for you. I saw a good day like today where I was out of my trade, kind of in like a 16-point winner to the downside in yes, but then I continued to watch and I saw the opportunities where they kind of were, how the tape looked, of where I could add, take some risk off on the way down, but then continuing to add at certain points when it made sense. And today was a great day that you could have done that. So I'm trying to look back at this day, remember things I saw, what manifested, and kind of take it with me on another trading day in the future. Because there were opportunities to do so, but I'm not good at it. Stowe?
I just use hotkeys. Honestly, with ES, I've been starting with one lot. I think in this market environment, I'm pretty much max 3. Because this thing's freaking moving fast. So, yeah, I just hit Alt B for buy, Alt S for sell, Alt F for flatten. That's how I get in and out. So, and the way the brackets work is really cool. I'll see if it gives me a chance to. Yeah, I'll get one in there. So you throw one on, and I have this bracket set to build one at a time. And then if I want to add another one, it just adds to the front and back of it, and then I can manually get in there and add a fill to take one off. And what will happen if this gets up here and hits this cell, because we're stuck between we're doing like this VWAP dance right now, which is annoying.
Yes.
But if we get up here to the 24-hour VWAP and I want to take a partial, then I can use a resting order, which I usually do for ES. I like to mark it in and limit out. Or alternatively, if I just hit Alt S, it just takes one back off the position. And so as long as I have my, you can see over here, I got a bunch of different ones. So I just have ES one lot selected, and that's how I manage, by Michael Scott.
Yeah, one of these days I will have the stream deck set up to actually do those things.
What are we doing? Invincible VWAP right now?
I don't know. This 68, 69 guy just came back in. So can we really debate that meme numbers are not a thing in trading?
No, we can't. They are a thing. Yeah. It's not up for debate.
Yeah.
I wish it was.
Like there's an LVN right there. Is that a joke? No, it actually is.
Look at that thing. Hilarious. The market's got jokes, man. I say it all the time. The market has a really good sense of humor.
I would like to see us come back to like 66 on ES. And like we said, that like 370 area. Oh, I guess NQ got there. ES did not.
It's got to go back down there. There's no way.
Yeah, this looks like a decent like reoffer up there, and another failure at the 24-hour VWAP for ES too. So
we got one more. We got one more Fed speaker on Fedapalooza Day. Waller, shot caller.
Waller,
Nick, you holler.
For the bell. Never ends with their world tour.
It doesn't. It's good to be a Fed. It's good to be a Fed member.
Yeah.
Come on, NQ. You gonna go down there, or what? You can't keep holding this. You got to get back in that balance.
Yeah. Yes, you too. Like let's go trade back down to 60s. Give me something to potentially long. Or ride down to 0. Still waiting for my Fed cards.
Yeah, I remember that whole thing got kiboshed because I couldn't find enough good. Oh, look at this guy, Mr. 360. He's got 500 lots down there. I'm gonna get. Yeah, I'm gonna get out of that.
There he goes.
Come on, baby.
Got
the fill. He made himself the point of control in the process as well. Good for you. Okay, good. This is starting to look a little more rational.
That's it. We're just gonna 360 guy comes in, and now everyone's just gonna flip to buy mode.
Oh no.
It's only 500 lots.
Ooh. They're running away from that guy. But yeah, the Fed card idea, great in theory. And by great, I mean, it really was a silly idea. but I like, the more people tell me an idea is silly and dumb and not to do it, that kind of just makes me do the
motivates you.
Yeah. So as much for all of the hell I caught for that silly idea, it just motivated me. But by the time I got to the part of making legal licensed artwork, in my previous life, I was very concerned with protecting other people's intellectual property. So as I went through the proper channels um, to do the same thing for our beloved Fed members and their likenesses, I realized that there's really no way to do that without paying a bunch of money or using public domain images that are not the best, not great. So it died on the vine. I'm sorry. Sorry to say, folks. The pet rock. He made $1 million. Yeah, it's funny.
Well, let's see what the turn at L period brings us.
Wagos, do you want to see my baseball cards? I can grab some if you want. If we get, I mean, we actually have a market to trade, so we should probably just watch. wait for the next do nothing day, and I'll break out the baseball cards.
Oh, we went down to 67, 20, 25.
I can't control. This is wild.
Oh, yes, trying to party.
Taking 0 prisoners. How do I get past this thing?
500 lots comes in. Everyone's like, all right, we're good now. Let's buy.
That's what they were waiting
That's
for.
literally what did it. Are you kidding? Like, that's okay. I've tried to follow that guy several times, end up getting run over 30 seconds later.
Same. It's a good it's a good lesson in like yeah, when we say like it's you never know what anybody's position intent is, the best way to discover that for yourself is just to try to follow what other Delta is doing. And you'll realize quickly that you don't have a single clue what that trader is up to.
No.
$400 guy reloading up here too. The hope.
Are we gonna take it?
Rip it. Sometimes if I crane my neck, the price goes up higher. Yeah, see, it's working.
It's gonna go.
Follow me for more tips and tricks on how to make price move with your own body language. Yeah, we did 212XO. We did get good price action today. How about it? It was range, it was volatility, both directions. So sick. Can't complain. We can get back up. All right, let's see where we're kicking off up here. So we're building this out. We have now left this node in the dust for the second time. And then same theory here on NQ. We have left that node in the dust.
Yep.
We're kind of built. I mean, we're not back. Yeah, they got the whole value area down here. It's just, yeah.
Yeah, it's.
Job, if you're still in here, by the way, these pivots are naked. They're not wearing any clothes still. So, I mean, 68.29 still technically on the table. Wagos, I have the 24-hour view up here at oh yeah, no, you're right. Yep. We need to hit NQs. The indices are both doing the same ish thing, but ES a little stronger above that VWAP spot. Interesting reset here. It's all buying.
Are they really going to reoffer again there? At 81s? It would appear so. 420 guy.
420 guy. You don't want to be on his bad side, let me tell you. Jeff, I think that I am using mine are local for sure because um they save in a specific folder inside of the NinjaTrader documents folder. You can go in there and like you can see your saved I forget what it's called. But yeah, I believe mine are local. Tick is flashing red. Thank you, Popeye. Um, myself, I'm not much of a market internals guy. I don't know. I can check with Nick.
I don't even know what that is.
I believe tick is like what's the other one? There's tick and then there's move.
Oh, move is, I thought bond volatility.
No, move is bond volatility. Yeah, it's not move. What's the other internals thing that's not tick? Somebody help me.
I don't know. Trin?
Trend. Thank you.
What is
Oh,
that?
ADD. No, it's ADD. Thank you, Tracy. Appreciate you. Yeah, those are market internals things.
I could have offered 80s, really.
You could have. My dude,
Guys making me nervous.
Brent Donnelly has had a great point about market internals and why it's not necessarily the greatest guide that it should be when so much of this activity is focused in so few names.
Right.
You can still move price quite a bit with while internals are bad. Because there was a day yesterday or the day before where ADD was like it was the lowest it had been with the S&P moving up or something like that. And it was just like it's all so AI driven. I don't know. Papa, I don't know if you're kidding or not. He says, I like hearing what you have to say on the internals. And listen, you shouldn't listen to me about any of that stuff.
Huge macro
I don't have
guys,
a single clue.
stuff.
Yeah. I just think it's interesting to see how different stuff like that evolves. It's like how does price action evolve when we moved from 3 days a week options expiry to every day? Yeah.
Yeah, that definitely changed things a little bit. I think it made it a little less fun, I would say, for day traders.
Yeah.
Range compression, things like that. Also, there was that there was that thing this year where like the selling volatility was like the most profitable trade kind of thing over the last X amount of months, whatever. I don't know. A lot of firms were doing it, and it's like, yes, this has been my detriment. The things I screamed about on Sunday nights, basically, a lot of it had to do with the fact that there's large institutions apparently just trying to keep vol as compressed as possible, which is the detriment to anyone who day trades for a living and needs range to make said capital.
Yes, Ralph, I am a quant. Thank you for noticing. Is it weird that every time I see Jim Simmons' name written somewhere, it makes me wish I was smoking a cigarette right now? I'm like, oh yeah, smoking. I miss smoking. Cool guy, that Jim Simmons.
Are they just going to keep us in a range this
I
whole
don't
time
know.
still?
It's just in
So far.
400. I don't know. I can't get in here either side. I'll offer 67.90. This is a ton of selling. Uh, for I don't know. Yeah, but I got no read. We keep rejecting the value area high, which is like 67, 79, I guess we'll call it right now. And then NQ doing the same thing at 540. But somebody is bidding this, so
Yeah.
I can't. I mean, I can't really engage on like. I'm gonna need 15 points either side to engage. I think is where I've landed. I'll get in down here if we want to come check this 51 guy out again, or yeah, I don't know. I'm definitely not gonna sell it again because it's selling at the end of the day is almost worse strategy for me than selling at the beginning of the day. It's very close to the same expectancy. I'll put this view up on this low here just to keep an idea. If this is the context change that we're in right now, just want to keep an eye. Maybe I should just switch over to sell 420.
Right?
Borrow time. Scott, you got 67, 66? Okay. What's that level up to? Is that a Spix level? Is that some gamma?
There we go. That was weird. My delta candles are being really weird, so I refreshed my data.
Oh yeah. When it gets weird with volume sometimes. You see this weird group of candles?
Mm-hmm.
This is not what price did there.
Right.
Sometimes the volume just has a little freak out.
Yeah, it was like repainting a candle. Like every candle is a different color. I'm like, that's not what's happening. It's not that crazy red team, blue team, and everyone is aggressive on one side on these 500 volume candles. That's definitely not what I'm seeing. So time to refresh this.
Hey, Catnip. What's up, brother? How are you doing today? You doing better today? I was thinking about you. I mean, it's not to say I know nothing says that's a golden nugget that I said. It's not to say that selling at the end of the day isn't a good idea. I mean, look at yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday
you had a 40-point death nail.
Left everybody in the dust that was trying to trade or was trying to long that consolidation at those highs.
Yep.
That was violent. I was very happy about that. That was just because sometimes it's just like you see that just horrible structure, horrible trading, and you're like, someone needs to get like paid out on this. And a situation like that where buyers had all day at the high of the day to push and kind of just make a new high and they failed. It's like, yeah, I hope we fall back into value like aggressively, which is what we did.
They got lazy. They did get lazy up there. It's true.
Takeaway, I did look at gold this morning. I was trying to eyeball like that 40-20s kind of short, like off. I mean, there was a short off the opening range during like the pit open at 820, and I kind of was like hesitant, and then I just never really looked back at it because that was shortly thereafter equities just violently sold off like NQ from 800, and I had no idea why. So I was trying to then find an entry. But did not trade gold today.
Yeah, everybody's crawling back to indices. I see how it goes. Everybody was hanging out with gold because it was boring over here, and now look at us now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, everybody went to gold, and clearly it was X, Y, and Kane and Leo trading it last week that basically just immediately they were like, no, we're gonna park this in a multi-week balance now
Yep.
between 40 and like 39s basically is what we were going to trade for the foreseeable future until everyone goes back to equities.
It's cool. Once everybody stops trading gold, that's when you'll see me with a gold chart, by the way.
I love
Yep.
gold.
Thank you. Thank you, Austin. Good job.
Gold was an amazing trade today. After the open, I didn't look, so let me take a peek. What is gold doing? See, yeah, okay. This is what I think I was saying and Leo was saying yesterday. Like gold sometimes trades like so beautifully technical. Like we had to the tick a bounce on the overnight low and an amazing long up towards the week open and previous day high and VWAP all sitting right there. So, and then rejected kind of off that and are now settling at the point of control for the session. So sometimes it is that clean on this product.
Maybe Leo is holding gold in a range. Do you think, Catnip? You think Leo has figured out how to sell the giant gold condor? He's keeping it locked in.
Yeah, he's leveraged with
That's a good
GLD
question.
spreads.
Well, we're hanging out.
Yeah.
What is gold's vol index called? Oh, GVZ. That's fun. I did actually look into making a gold chart. I mean, jokes aside, and that was one thing I like to do is ever since I found out that everything has its own volatility index, I like to look at those too. And so gold's volatility index is called GVZ. It's not just VIX, folks. There's VXN for NQ. There's a whole world of ridiculous products you can look at out there.
Yeah, we're doing nothing.
Let's see, 420 guy. Ooh, he's still mad. It's holding its VWAP from the low though. So I mean, all my volume profile weirdness aside, it's holding its VWAP from NQ is holding its VWAP from that last leg down. Let me throw that on so I can show everybody. So this is what I do to keep myself out of trouble. You can do it too. Find yourself an anchored VWAP. If you need one, there's a one for free from Order Labs. Just go get it. This is whatever swing we're in right now, right? So just watching this guy. So volume profile weirdness aside, that 420 guy just sold again.
Yeah, and so did the 6780s guy.
But yeah, so I'm just watching this. So with this kicking off of the VWAP from the swing low, it doesn't make me want to jump in up here in the middle of nowhere. Oh, pit trades, pie trades, pit raids, however, whatever your name is. You can just go to painting the tape. Just put painting the tape into Spotify, and it will appear. And there you go. Stay tuned Sunday for a very special episode with a special guest, Mr. Kane.
Yes, it was a very interesting conversation with Kane last night. It was fun.
It was very good. Yes.
A lot of great nuggets being dropped.
Whew, I got to edit that thing tonight.
Oh, we made your job relatively easy.
I was thinking about that when I was done. I was like,
It was clean.
it's not gonna be a lot of cuts in this. Yeah.
No.
So I'm very happy with that.
We behaved. It was a good job.
Oh, did that big guy at 76 get? Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, there was like a weird. There was some.
Yeah, it was like I got 400 lot that was sitting
Okay.
there.
Cool.
Stowe, what is your favorite podcast episode so far? Of season 1 or season 2?
Yeah, which season, man? I got so many favorites. We well, okay, so season 1 was different. If you listen back to all of them, which I did before we started season 2, just to get myself like in a creative mind of like where have we been, where are we going? Um, it's fun to listen to myself and see the point of view that I had when asking Leo and AJ questions. Because basically season 1 was a trick that I played on my friends, and I got them to just say their alpha into a microphone for me, and then also for everybody else that wanted to listen to it. So, I would just ask them dumb questions and get, answers. And so it was really cool. I like a lot of those season 1 episodes. I have very, very, very fond memories of recording those. And there are a lot of good jokes in there. The thing about Leo and AJ in those episodes is they have very good jokes. My friends are very funny in general. So, the mental game stuff is really good. I really like the mental game episode from season 1. Because we get into a lot of tropes and things that look at this guy.
These guys just leaving me behind.
And Q hit that view up. It's gonna make me scalp it eventually. Oh, nice. I know nothing ER says shout out to Ninja Trader on YouTube. New viewer in the house, loving the balance of NT crew, young bloods, and proven senseis. 2 cents and approach to the game we love and hate. Very nice compliment. Thank you, my friend.
Yeah, thank you.
Lots of people work way harder than me and Nick on this, so
Yep.
thanks to the crew and everybody in the home studio putting all this stuff together. It's quite the operation. It's crazy.
Yeah, at the end of the day, Stowe and I are just a couple of dudes pressing buttons and trying to pass the time with y'all on some of these slow power hours. Nothing will ever top the podcast where we learned about homestead raising ducks. Never forget. If you wanted to know what kind of range we were in, it was pretty small.
I forgot about that. I looked up all kinds of crazy ducks, and there were like, oh man, there was so many ducks you could buy. Oh,
yeah,
dude.
it was. And
That
then
was
we,
the best.
yeah, that was just that was a podcast episode disguised as a trading show.
Yep, we've had a couple of those. My favorite duck from that whole thing was buff ducks. There's a duck called buff ducks, and I think for like you could get one buff duck was $20. I don't know if you have to prove you have a place for these ducks to go. I don't know, like I'm not familiar with duck law, but it's pretty
Duck
cool.
law.
Duck law.
Yeah, so there are any animal rights lawyers in here that can let us know about duck law.
No, the origin of business duck was my lucky charm that my kid won me, and he's sitting back there on the shelf, always watching.
Always ready to step up to the stream when someone needs to take a break. We just business duck. We'll just chime in for 30 seconds, a minute, whatever it takes. Does its job.
Pablo, you cannot watch the podcast. Unfortunately, you have to use your ears for the podcast. It is
Yes.
audio. It's theater of the mind, as they say.
Yeah, it's purely just radio podcast, no video. Yeah, we were just stuck at this 360 to 420 guy.
Mike asked if I use anchored VWAP for execution areas or only for context. I don't really execute off of that. I'm just using it for intraday shift in context moments, pretty much. So like, so today was a trend down day, but like most days, it's not going to do the same thing for the whole day. So to give me an idea of when that day is changing context or changing vibes or whatever, or just finishing, just being done with whatever aggression it had, that's when I'll put an anchored VWAP on. And I mean, to be fair, I put it on like a bunch of times. And so here I put it on this low back around 12:30, and I was watching this. I was like, okay, we ticked off of this. Maybe it's time to get out of here. And then once we knifed back through it and we failed to even get back to VWAP itself, I was like, okay, it's got another run to do. This low is ridiculous. I assume this was going to keep going lower. So that's why it's important to always be open to the possibility of change, because the market can do whatever the hell it wants to all the time. And it does. Oh, thank you, Sav. Thank you for the plug. Yes, follow us on X. I've got a pretty good cartoon frog collection of photographs too. So it's not just about podcasts and stocks for me.
Yes. And ducks. Nat Gas just ripped.
Natty G's ripping.
What is the old Widowmaker doing? Yes, it is. Flying upwards.
Tracy, Mom, the meatloaf.
Frank actually had a real answer to my question about animals. And I do know for a fact, because I was in a let's call it a conversation with my girls about whether or not I was going to get a goat. and in that conversation I was like, see, I can get a goat. There's nobody cares what we're up to. I can have a goat back here. And both of them were very against it. But then I took the kid to the county fair over the summer, and she saw how ridiculously cute goats can be, and she was like, okay, see where we're going with this goat idea.
Yeah, I can't imagine owning a farm animal right now.
Well, the problem with the goat is if you're going to have a goat, you need a donkey, because the goat is like, it's just going to be out there. It's defenseless.
Right.
You need the donkey.
Yep.
And then I'm like, do I need it? And then I'm getting a donkey. And then I'm like, well, okay, if I'm getting a donkey, I should probably get more than one goat. So then it kind of escalated quickly to how many goats can I get back here? And yeah.
And then next thing you know, you've got 3 cows, a couple sheep, some pigs, a bunch of chickens, and you're like, what happened?
Yep. Ralph, we actually have a ton of predators. There's coyotes all over back there.
Yeah, you guys have like everything.
We have bobcats. Yeah, we got all kinds of stuff. I have seen the bobcat in like the night camera, and it was freaking huge.
Oh, yeah.
It was not cool. I was like, oh boy, I'm rethinking having a fire back there now.
Yeah, we don't have a ton of predators, but we have bobcats, mountain lions, and coyotes.
This also reminds me of my new favorite saying. I just heard this the other day, Nick. Have you ever heard this? The saying is, if hard work was rewarded, the donkey would own the farm. Have you ever heard this?
I've never heard that term.
It's pretty cool.
Is the donkey the hardest working animal on the farm?
Gotta be. It's definitely the goofiest.
Oh, 100%. Oh boy.
Yes, deep thoughts as we're stuck here at all the VWAPs. I don't know where I
I'm
heard that. Yeah, I have no idea. I was like, that's pretty good.
we're yes, Cooper, we are the market is basically dead right now.
We killed it with our
All,
appearance.
we had too much fun early in the session, so now it tapped out of the fun. No more fun left. Until apparently the Asia session, who still gets to have more fun, and London does too. They just seem to have an immediate bid or sell and have just about as much range as anyone could ever ask for in RTH.
Maybe they'll put the point of control here. I'm really impressed that they're building out this entire secondary node above
Yeah,
the main node today.
I don't know. I don't have any faith in either side right now, which is probably just a reason not to press buttons.
Yeah, I can't press anything here either. I don't want to sell it because the context has changed, but then I also don't want to buy it because this is where it would reoffer.
Exactly. Exactly. Like I've been sitting here tempted to reoffer this because I can't get a decent long in theory, and I also don't believe
Yeah.
we're just going to rotate all the way back into range right now. But maybe we will. I don't know.
Yeah, Chubby Panda, I agree. That's why I'm trying to move into Kane's basement. I don't think he has a basement though, so he's gonna need to move. He needs a house with a basement, and then I can move into it. That's the plan. That's my plan, not necessarily Kane's plan.
Yeah, he doesn't really know about it yet, does he?
Nope.
Yep.
He'll know when I'm there.
Yeah, you just show up, or he just finds you already.
Yeah,
Like you're already like a week in.
I'm just in my pajamas.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Tracy. NVIDIA news. Kazakhstan has signed MOU up to 2 billion in advance for AI chips. What's MOU stand for in this?
Yeah, I don't know.
Is that a businessy term?
Could be. It doesn't ring a bell to me though. Let's see. MOU. Memo of understanding. That's what someone says. I've never heard that term. Apparently, yes, that is what it stands for. Showed you how much I was in
Oh, nice.
large contract negotiations.
Cool.
I
Well,
feel like I've never heard that term.
Learned something today. That's good. Some guy has a question. I lost it though. Oka Chawili says they've been holding the buys since 1:30, but this is now playing with my head. What do you guys think? Yeah, literally anything could happen up here. We have found a buyer lower. We have left a bunch here. I'll pull NQ up for you. Not doing anything else. You look at the whole day. Oh my, look at that. Look at that 530 guy. Really reoffered there. So we found a bid down here. If you're holding since 130, what are you holding like down here? 320? Yeah, I don't. We're right smack dab in the middle, man. So the VWAPs have gone from sloping straight down to now they're both bracketed. The range is getting smaller, meaning, volatility is contracting. And yeah, we're right in the middle of it. You are at the mean right now. So price can go up, price can go down, but this is pretty fair right here. And all of this tape on both ES and NQ is proving it. That this is a price that people are happy with. That's my expert opinion.
Let's see if this push from sellers is any angrier to possibly break us out of this. Or is a buyer going to step in right around here? Oh, they're pressing.
There you go.
Can they push through? 69 guy. And the LVN that exists right here.
That's the previous month value area high on NQ right there as well.
And we got Waller stepping up to a microphone, so who knows?
Shot caller, that guy, by the way. And a baller. Waller about to say, don't worry about that
We're
other
definitely
lady.
cutting rates.
We are going to cut so hard. People are going to say, you've never seen cuts like this.
Yeah, just trying to continue his positioning to potentially being the Fed chairman.
Dual mandate. Brr, brr, brr.
Most beautiful cuts. That got me. Never seen cuts like
Never
this.
seen cuts like this. Never seen cuts this beautiful. People say, how do they do cuts like this? Yeah.
Other central banks, terrible cuts. I think this is going to break lower.
It's trying to. I mean, it freaking should. It should at least go back down to 300, 25, 300. If I can get below if I can get below this VWAP here, if I can get down inside this node, then I can lean on this volume to short back to 67.50. I think I'll try that. But we got to get down here. We got to get through some of this.
Trying. There she goes.
Okay.
Yeah. So I guess the initial read was right. I could have just tried to short 80s and chilled. Just waited it out. 420 guy. I guess in hindsight, that was like a very casual, like 100-point just move down over the last like 20 minutes.
Yep. It's nice range. Yeah. So watching this now. Need to see. Try to zoom in here so I can see it. Need to see Mr. Passive Guy show up here. Where you at? Where you at, blue team?
Oh boy.
What happened?
Nothing. Just blue team showing up.
It's getting wiggly.
Do I try to join them?
I'm going to try it. That's not the best entry. Not the best entry. I will add below 67.50. That's what I'll do. Ugh. Nope.
Oh, sellers.
Ooh, smoking the blue team right now on NQ.
Oh boy.
Rude.
Nasty. Nasty.
Oh man. Yeah, so a bunch of people got very hurt just then trying to reoffer that 350 spot. And yeah, they got shown the door. Yes, possibly Popeye, but then it did not. It did not reject that. Unless you're talking about 370. Yeah, they're this is piling in the bid now.
Now maybe we have the fuel to pop this above 440s.
Yeah, it was too clean. I knew it was too clean. All right. So stair step up, pull back. These candles are not very accurate. This my volume stuff did weird things. But then we kind of built this balance and then poked out. Now we're back inside of it. This is actually a good low on this microstructure here. So now that it's back inside, back above this 69 spot, it's much better for longs. I mean, anything could still happen. It's also, I guess we got 25 minutes. We still got some time.
Yeah.
Scott, what are you celebrating? Scott Watterson is 143 is very happy right now. Were you short? I hope you grabbed that, bud. Mm-hmm. Miami, yeah.
I mean, I'm reading like both sides of this right now, which means
Me too.
I
It's
shouldn't
very
do
two-way.
anything.
I mean, NQ is at its point of control. So
Right.
NQ
Which is probably why.
It found its balance and it's back in that primary node. It's just ES that rejected that 65.
Waller is not going to say much about monetary policy, apparently, based on the engagement that he's at.
But Tracy, for those of us that are big Waller fans, because he rhymes with, one of my favorite hip hop songs from the 90s, I still want to get pumped up. I still want to get stoked for Waller. I think Waller's cool. Who's your favorite Fed, Nick? Do you have one? Everybody needs one.
Probably Kashkari.
Okay, cool. Maybe this is a better look.
Like there were some scalps in this choppy consolidation, but I really am like, okay, short here, long here, which means probably easily could have been chopped up.
So much volume down here on ES, and they haven't gotten even close to going to talk to it again.
Yeah.
And NQ is talking to its primary volume node right now. So that's why I got back in. It's you gotta be somebody, sellers. You gotta push. You gotta push this little 68 spot if you want it. You gotta want it. Don't say nice job yet, Popeye. We ain't out of this yet. I like it now. I like it much better now.
Wondering if we're gonna push.
What the heck? What is this? What is this? What's this red guy doing?
This is
He's like the champion.
just obnoxious.
Yeah, he just slams keeps slamming offers on there. Or bids, and price just keeps running away from it. I think they're gonna go snag him though. Hmm. Somebody asked what time frame this is. So this is a 3,000 volume based chart. I don't use a time based chart. I use 3,000 for ES and 750 for NQ.
Is this really where we found our happy place?
Nah, we're gonna go back to the other side. I mean, or not.
I
But
mean, we should, but they keep like
this little 10-point push down. I mean, passive dude ate all this bid that came out of that the first time. So yeah, Frank. This is the delta volume profile on the right there. So what you're seeing here, passive bid absorption, passive selling absorption. Now this is a 10-point leg. And so this leg is capturing basically just this bit of price action right here from 64 to 74. We came down, popped out of that, and then this is when I got back in. I saw all of this passive offer here, indicating that we can maybe push away from this now. And in my theoretical target world, come down and check out 6750. Get to the other side of this primary node with this trade.
there you go, sellers.
Yeah, not bad so far.
CVS wants to go to 60, 58.
Okay. So we got back to the point of control. That's good. Trying to keep an eye on NQ. See if 300 catches a bid here or not.
Maybe. They're like, screw your free 300. We're going to come in at 310s.
It's fine. They got absorbed for now. We'll see what happens.
That's just rude.
Too funny.
Yes, BH Money. I did, in fact, attend the Harvard of the West, the University of Arizona.
Oh, yes. Can we get some likes? Can we get some thumbs up? Can we get some subscriptions, please?
Yes, all the above.
All the above. This is it's all very helpful things for it helps the channel. It's free for you guys to do. If you're just chilling there, press the button. No need not to. Might as well, right?
BH money, that's cool. I'm also an Eller grad as well.
$345. Okay. Cool.
You got a 400 lot, 95s on NQ.
Submit, I felt the flame. Yeah, go fill that guy. Nope. Other way.
Oh boy.
It's fine. We're going back down. The offer's still here. It's just taking a second. I will actually do this. I will trail this down because it is the end of the day. This is a short, easily squeeze in my face after this 295 guy gets filled. Let's see. Or price is just going to cut through him. See you later. Yep, offer's still there.
Mm-hmm.
On a cell phone. I like seeing that.
Oh, it's happening. Where's the sound?
Okay.
Wow.
Okay.
Nice little flush here pre-algo.
Come on, fill it up, baby.
Where's your target?
I will not be a D for this T at 51. I may take it off now. NQ's at its -1 right now. Trying to see if it catches a bid. 1995. Okay, here's this guy coming in. 52. Let's see if we can get through this guy. Let me see. Okay, passive guy. If we bid above that, though, I got to be done.
Can we get another push?
Lower? I've never trailed my stop this aggressively, but this is a good example of, using that delta price to trail your stop. You see a passive offer coming in and holding price lower. Just drop your trail right there. Piece of cake. Any liquidity down here they're trying to go grab? Not really.
Mm-mm.
Okay, here comes this guy. Oh my, big lift. I'll just drop this all the way down. So they're bidding, they're lifting 54. Can they do it? Can they hold?
They're trying to push.
I know.
I don't think they're going to do it.
It's all these highs. I mean, this 51 was my actual target, just this dumb ledge. But now I'm getting greedy that I see this offer follow down. NQ's dropping inside of its I guess there's some delta there. So yeah, we're on the
Attention
right side of this
traders,
cell.
it's algo time.
Okay, thank you, Kane. Thank you.
10 seconds. They're still pushing lower. Let's see. See what the algo does. Ooh, that got absorbed.
Yes, it did. Yes, it did. Didn't quite tick 50. Okay. This is very weird territory for me, chat. I don't normally have a 20-point short runner, single lot that I'm trying to manage, but I can't dispute this bid not getting okay. If they get above them, I'll get stopped and be happy. They still absorbing it?
Yeah, they're still sitting there at 54s.
Ah!
No, I think it's gone.
And it's gone.
Maybe
You
not.
didn't hear that? We played the algo time guy.
Yes, we did.
And he has a name, damn it. It's Kane. He's not just the algo guy. He's a Renaissance man himself, you know? Hilarious. Hilarious if this goes lower.
I mean, we saw the puke very late post algo yesterday.
Yes. Yes, we did.
Somebody was very interested in exiting up there.
5450 guy. Is that ice there? It's got to be. It's stacking a bajillion lots.
I mean, where are we?
Okay, there's
27.
All right. And for those reasons, I'm out. That was cool. Congrats, chat. You saw some history there.
Go to 60.
Boy, your boy Stowe
Oh,
caught.
yeah.
Caught
Daddy's going to get his Ferragamos.
I probably won't. Probably won't get the Ferragamos. Hey, Boo. How's it going? Good.
Where's the people today?
Where's the people? I don't have the people pulled up. Jim's out of town today, hon. Yeah. It's just me and Nick. See, there's Nick.
Hey, Nick.
Hi.
You can come in. You gotta be in the screen. There you go.
Can I be on your lap?
Not quite yet. Can you give me 5 minutes? We gotta close it out.
I'll be right back.
Okay, thank you. Go get a snack, hon. Sound good? All right, cool. Folks, the new Lucky Charm has entered the arena. This is it's a boba tea. It's a pink boba tea.
Okay. I was gonna say, I don't know what that is off the top of my head.
I love you too. Good kid. She got a report card yesterday. That was a big deal.
They're still holding this thing.
Yeah.
I'm going to look back at this and wonder why I didn't short with 420 guy.
I mean, it took me 2 shots.
Yeah.
So, it wasn't fun. It was not a good time. But yeah. Hey, man, dude. What's up, homie? Thanks for hanging. Whoa.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, pretty big sweep.
Mm-hmm. Is NQ going to send it a touch lower? Low of the day is 50 points away,
Yeah.
and it could definitely do it. It'd be rather violent.
That 230, I mean, boy, there's a big divergence right here now. That 230 is where that infinite bid guy was. And they just got back down and checked him out on the double or nothing algo.
I mean, I could see ES trying to puke it to 46.
Okay. NQ
They're still
found
holding
that.
this.
NQ found that 50 guy or that 30 spot. Yep. Right here. No real delta to speak of down there, though. Up behind. What an interesting day. So spent
It
a billion
was.
years up here making this node, traversed the main node, big sell at 290 that was instantly rewarded with lower prices. But for all this probing lower that NQ's doing, ES didn't do a single bit of it.
Did not leave that node.
Strange.
And I guess the -1 is there from the 24-hour.
Yes. No answer? What did you ask a question, Reginald? Oh yeah, she tortures me for sure. It's a good. I mean, all toddlers are built to. Well, she's not quite a toddler anymore. All toddlers are built to inflict as much pain as humanly possible on their parents. As it's just part of the human condition. It's my penance for all the pain I put my own parents through. There you go. Okay. ES finally filled that buyer. If there was one they were trying to sort out at 50. Very interested in this close, Nick.
I know. Are we going to close on the low? A rare moment for sellers.
Yeah.
To give themselves a round of applause. But I mean, I don't know, man. It's so hard to be short more than a single day time frame.
Golf clap for sellers. Yeah. Well, I don't like doing anything outside of a single day time frame, no matter what's happening. Yeah, because it's a terrifying proposition for me. Okay. Minute and a half till the close. It'd be wild to close right down here.
I mean, I think they're going to try.
Yeah, I think so too.
Move that up just in case they decide to puke NQ.
Yeah. Wow. Good job. Good job, sellers. You did it. I can't
Look
believe
at
it.
them.
We're going to have to rethink. Okay, I'll help you with the popcorn. Just 1 second, Boo. Okay. Well, just let it cool down. Honey, I'll be out in a sec. I love you. You're welcome. I'm going to close at this 43?
Yeah, the bids are sitting there.
What? Hilarious.
Wow.
Hilarious.
Well, what a day, folks. That was a lot of fun.
Yeah. Huh.
I had a good time.
I had a good time too. Wait, did we close at 50? My chart's saying two different things.
I have 50, but I thought that was a little late of a print, to be honest.
Yeah. Okay.
Could be wrong.
Well, anyways, yeah, thanks for hanging out with us. What's up? I'll be right out. Tune in tomorrow. Pax is going to be here for Unfiltered Friday. And yeah, you can say bye. I have to do my sign off because Jim's gone. You ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, the most important thing you can do today is take care of each other. And no, wait. Take care of yourself and be good to each other. I don't know. Say goodbye.
Something like that.
I have music today.
Yeah, music today.